Hello, whoever joined. Just letting a few more people come in. There'll be some more coming pretty soon. I'm going to cover a couple topics. It'll be kind of the cooking of the Western mind, uh, cover some female lying, and a few other things. Should be pretty good. Perfect. Yeah. We're just kind of hanging out. Yeah. Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, we're just
Chilling.
kind of. I'm just kind of hanging out till AJ's show finishes, and I think he's gonna have his people come into here.
All right. Sounds good.
So I'm just kind of like waiting for a bit.
Word up.
Yeah, we're gonna have a couple videos in mind. One from that Muslim dude, that "In Jinn We Trust" video that you and me have watched it a few times. That one, there's a woman who deleted her husband. Who it's kind of like the interview, but it's a really good way to analyze her. and how she lies and how she's like, "Oh, I'm a Christian. I wouldn't do this," and it like, she had deleted her husband. I have a little bit on like kind of like bullshit jobs. It's a book that I really like, and the author is kind of a little bit left leaning, but he has a really great book. He makes some really great points. So we'll be looking at that as well.
Got to stay away from these woke lefties. They're dangerous.
Yeah, no, this isn't a woke leftist. It's more of
Oh, he's
a
just
guy.
like a moderate lefty.
Um, no, more of like a anarchist lefty, I would
Oh
say.
yeah. Oh yeah, I remember you were telling me
Um,
about this.
yeah, he's from the UK. I'll add it to the stage right now, actually. Um, I'm just gonna let a few more people get in here, and then we can go over that. And like a couple discussions on just like how cooked the Western mind is. I think that's a big problem for women, men, everything.
Everyone.
Yeah, everything is really imbalanced, but part of it is their fault, but part of it is also kind of not their fault in a way because they're just so programmed um, to like be a certain way and value certain stuff. So there's
Yeah, a
that
lot of
too.
it is weak men's fault for allowing it to get this bad, and also for
Yes.
giving them as much power as they currently have.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because when they're given power and this much freedom, they do not know what to do with it and they mismanage it. And that's kind of where we are now today.
Yeah.
But if you call that out, you're a toxic misogynist.
Yeah.
So you can't win either way. So that's why I just mind my own business and try to stay away from them. And when you do that, they actually find you more attractive. It's an interesting concept.
Yeah.
It's the law of attraction. The more you chase something, the more you repel it. The less you want something, the more it comes to you naturally.
Yeah. So I think that'll be a good, some good broad topics to go over. I don't really pre-watch the videos. The In Gin We Trust one, I've seen that one before, and I've seen this like bullshit jobs one. Um, and so he's going to sum up archetypes of jobs that tend to be bullshit, basically. Um, things such as like, or mechanisms that are kind of bullshit jobs, sort of like certain things like toll booths where it's just like a certain subscription services and things like that, like the people who are maintaining that, it's not really a real job. You're not really like doing anything. You're just kind of like making sure nothing really gets fucked up, you know
Kind
what
of
I
just
mean?
a body standing there,
Yeah,
watching the machines and electronics do their job.
exactly. Yeah, and then if you call them, they probably won't even do shit anyways. They're like,
Probably
oh
won't
well,
even
I
answer.
gotta actually, yeah, I won't even answer. It'll be AI that answers anyway. So
Yep.
I don't know what time he said, because I kind of in the beginning I kind of need him to like they call it like raiding the room, just to get like a few people in to, then it gets started properly. So you can also kind of say what you want too if you want right now, then I'll just delete it out later.
Fuck feminists.
Won't say
And
too much, but I'm saying like shit
woke
between you and
liberals.
me. Yeah.
And yeah, fuck the government, fuck the courts, fuck the judges, fuck all police, and fuck society. That's all I got to say. We're the true leaders, not them. Power to the people. Take your power back and keep it. And for the love of God, stop worshiping women and the box.
Yeah.
And that's it.
That's all you can really do.
That's all there is to it, bro. Put God first, put Christ first, put yourself first, and actually value yourself. And be disciplined. It will make the world a better place. Oh, yeah, and stop simping.
Yeah, that's always a pretty good idea.
One of the best. Oh, yeah, to answer your question in the title, yes, Western minds are cooked.
Yeah, yeah. I'm saying like I think that might be the topic because I think they are all pretty cooked.
It's pretty
All
bad.
right.
I would say it's,
Oh, nice. Now people are coming in. Beautiful.
I think more than 50% of the population of the United States is cooked. And that's just for our country. Not even talking about, South America, Europe, Asia, not talking about anywhere else, but here in the US it's pretty finished.
Hey guys. Hello, everyone who's joining. Thanks so much for being here. Let's wait a little bit for people to kind of get in.
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. And we're going to go over a couple things today in today's show. The basic outline is Are Western minds cooked? I was going to say Western female minds, but it's really both. We each bear a responsibility into how cooked things are getting, and it's something if we don't recognize it and call it out within ourselves and within our community and everything, it's really bad. I mean, we're getting people with TikTok brain. They don't know, how to add, how to read, how to do, really any of that. And one way this is able to proliferate basically is with the rise of bullshit type of jobs. Now, these jobs is what allowing people to be idiots like that. Um, and this will be an example of that. Now, this guy here he's actually kind of a lefty type guy from London, and he has a really really great book called Bullshit Jobs. He's been dead for a few years, but I want you guys to see some of the archetypes of these jobs, basically, and he'll kind of lay out what I'm talking about because this has to do with the cooking of the Western mind. It's a reflection of it.
Doing a sort of research project where I made up
And when I'm saying left leaning, this guy is more of like a left leaning anarchist. He's like, to hell with the whole system, reset it all. So he more means it like that than rather than being like a woke liberal.
up a
And this is maybe 10, 12 years old or something, but it's still just as relevant.
Gmail account called Do I Have a BS Job or What at gmail.com. And I've been advertising on Twitter. I've got like about 250 testimonies now, and I have broken them down into 5 basic types. There are flunky jobs, which are basically people who just are there to make someone else look good. Um, a lot of people sitting around offices say they basically don't do anything except like, pass emails to someone and say, no, that's spam, or, they're just like there because if you don't have someone sitting in your desk, you're not actually a real executive. Similar receptionists at publishing companies where nobody ever calls, they have to be there anyway. Okay, so millions of flunky jobs like that. Then you have what I call goons. Goons are people who are basically there to
Notice how the first flunky job category he was talking about was predominantly a female job.
You don't need them unless somebody else has them. Sort of like armies, right? If nobody had an army, no one would need an army. Same is true of corporate lawyers, telemarketers, all kind of people like that. So they often say, this is total bullshit. There's no need for this. Okay, that's easy. The next one is, I call them duct tapers. Duct tapers are people who are there to fix a problem that does not need to exist and everybody knows.
Now, duct tapers are often city board jobs, zoning board jobs, a lot of town, municipal type jobs. Things of this nature can kind of fit into this category, which is basically meaning that when we have a problem in a town or a company or something of that nature, we're not fixing the root problem. So therefore, we just keep billing. You get the maintenance bill all the time. And it's essentially is what he's basically talking about.
It would be sort of like if you have a roof in the house, instead of getting a roofer, put a bucket down and hire someone to like empty the water every half hour. A lot of corporations do that. They'll hire someone just to deal with the damage of the fact that something is badly organized because it's easier than like fixing the problem. So there's millions of those kind of people. Then there's box tickers. Box tickers are people who are there to allow an organization to say they're doing something that they're not doing. There's a lot of that in government, but corporations increasingly do that too. So one person said, I work at a care home. My job is to like,
hey Red Door, hey Robert,
do interviews and collect data on what sort of entertainment people would like to have,
hello,
which
Julia,
I then tabulate and file.
Steve,
and the problem with box tickers, of course, is that
Memphis,
it takes up so much time that you could be spending actually doing the thing. He says, like, I could be entertaining these people, but actually I have to spend 7/10 of my time finding out what they would like to be doing for entertaining
Dr.
and then
Gonzo.
losing it because nobody cares.
What's up,
all right,
guys?
so that's a box ticker. And then finally, taskmasters, who are basically...
Box ticker is also just a Karen. That's what this box ticker mentality or archetype is what spawned the whole DEI archetype. So there's box tickers with tasks, but there's box tickers within companies to get certain quotas of like, oh, we need a couple Black women or we need a few handicapped employees or something. Why? Not for production, but to satisfy the box ticker mentality. And box ticker jobs are also if you're a sheep. And that's what a lot of these BS jobs, are for sheep.
There, basically middle management. There are people who are there either to supervise people who don't need supervising, which is most of middle management's like people write to me all the time. They say like, I'm supposed to be making them work, though they'd work all by themselves. And I have to pretend I'm doing something, so I make up these numbers and they do box ticking exercises or something. And then also make up new bullshit jobs. There's a lot of people who do that.
A job, which is to make up new jobs.
Yeah. There's a lot of people who's basically there to figure out. There are some people that,
which is what a lot of middle management is, project managers, even subcontractors. This is a big thing. Within companies, within tasks, it will say construction task. Ultimately, it comes down to who hires the Mexican to get it done with. So That's what it always will come down to. So if I need some roofing work done or something like that, it's going to be like, you call someone, you have an estimator, he goes to the crew leader then goes to the Mexican. So within painting and so many of these type of industries, when it actually comes to doing the labor, the task is pimped out so many times that it becomes the people at the bottom doing everything, doing the real work, really get nothing because there's so many people taking a toll, a cut of it along the way. So this is what happens at commercial companies a lot, and this is kind of what a project manager is, because a lot of times a project manager doesn't oversee the project; he just hires a foreman who then does it, or he hires a builder who hires other people who hires other people. So it's a very common thing, and middle management usually gets paid pretty well, and they're middleman. They have to do things to justify keeping their job and whatnot, and they can just be a Karen, and they generally will do a shit ton of gatekeeping to help just keep their position, basically.
That are there to eliminate bullshit jobs, but realize their own jobs are bullshit because they're not actually going to do it. They're just box tickers to make them. So there's one guy who said he worked for a bank where his job is to come up with basically more efficient ways to do things. But in his 15 years, he says he's never seen one of his programs actually adopted because they always figure out it would mean firing someone who's one of their flunkies. And everybody's like, but no, I mean,
by flunky, he means a lackey. He means they call it a gopher. Hey, go get me coffee. Go do this. Go do that. Not a protege, not a mentor. A flunky. There's a big difference.
Yeah,
Guess
just
who usually
someone who runs errands for him.
Yeah. Guess who usually ends up having that job? Women.
Yep.
Particularly a hot chick. That's and they don't have much responsibility. They're working for the CEO as a, not even really a secretary. That the secretary is its own job. They're there just to, get them coffee, walk their dog, a lot of things that the traditional household woman would want to do and be getting done and help. It really does help support the economy. So when women are at home helping support the husband, streamlining the household, streamlining the home, all those things transmute to a lot more wealth because it's a lot more of an organized space. It's peaceful at the home. Ideally, they have, chicken eggs and, yeah. Look what Monica Lewinsky was. This is a good point. Monica Lewinsky was an idiot. She didn't have an important position at there, and she got under the desk. But you know what? That's how she was able to succeed.
Oh, she was a high-end escort.
No, but that's how she was able to succeed. Oh!
Oh, no, I get you. I get
Yeah.
you. And
Yeah.
she knew what she was doing there. She was there to get with a man
Yeah.
in power,
Well,
in a powerful position. And she put herself in position to make a name for herself, maybe in
not only that, the Israeli government did as well, who she ended up working for, but that's for a different story. Not a lot of people know that. She did an under the table deal. Oh!
she sealed the deal, all right.
Yeah. So it doesn't have to be, a sexual component to this type of this job category that they're talking about. Let's continue here. But I think you guys are getting the idea. A lot of these BS jobs are women jobs. Men have them too.
Because like managers and executives are judged basically by how many people they have working under them. We have a really, really twisted idea of the value of work. There was a time that,
and this is a good point he'll be bringing up, and this is kind of about part of the cooking of the Western mind, because a lot of it is about work. Currently, right now, this was a little bit before the hustle and grind culture that we're seeing now. which also can be kind of retarded in its own right to a degree.
People thought that work produces something, it is there, everything is all value comes from labor. This is the labor theory of value is almost universally accepted in the 19th century, but they had a very silly focus on factory work, craftsmen, like, production. Most work isn't production, right? Most work is caregiving. Most work is maintaining things. As I always say, you make a cup once, right? You wash it like 1,000 times. So most work is keeping things the same. It's not recreating things. And they lost that. So it became easy to change the discourse and say, no, 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 production is really created by job creators and wealth producers who are businessmen who come up with the ideas, and you're
Businessmen.
just a robot doing what you're told. So then the question is, well, how do you make people validate work at all? And so you tell them, well, it's morally good. If you're a parasite, that's bad, right? You need to be working harder than you want to be at something you don't really like very much, or else you're a bad person. And they have people resenting each other. And so now, increasingly, if work is about self-abnegation, self-sacrifice, and sort of puritanical moral.
What does AJ always say about women?
You can't trust them.
Well, that, but men are selfless, women are selfish.
Selfish, yeah,
So
definitely.
that's a key fundamental thing within the workplace that he's talking about when it comes to the value to regarding work and producing and production.
Discourse. Well, the more you get out of the work personally, the less valuable it is, right? And people actually think like that. They say, well, you're actually making cars, you're teaching children, you want benefits too. I mean, that's, there's this idea if you're getting something out of the work, they shouldn't.
And this is true. This does have a lot of truth to it. Why? Because they want you to suffer a little bit. They don't want you to enjoy your work, enjoy everything, be happy and prospering. They're like, no, no, no. If you're enjoying your work, you should get paid less because you like doing it. I've had that happen in my job. It's a boomer mentality. Like, well, you're having fun, so I don't really need to pay you much. It's like, well, I need money. So it's just a common thing in the corporate world.
Probably shouldn't pay you at all, but they certainly shouldn't pay you as much. So in a weird paradoxical way, even the knowledge that you're producing something has come to be seen on some unconscious and sometimes conscious level as subtracting from the value of the job rather than adding to it.
So production itself, that is kind of worshipped. When I say production, I'm talking about industrial production. So that's worship, and so there's this kind of guilt about not being involved in industrial production.
Right. So, but also resentment of people who get to do something that with their hands that actually makes a difference. Because people will say that. They'll say like, "Look at these auto workers; they're being paid $25 an hour, and they're getting all these benefits and vacations." And it's like, well, why not? They don't seem to object if some guy sitting in an office doing nothing gets much more money than that. Well, it's because there's this idea, well, they get to make cars. I get to sit here and do nothing, pretend to work all day, and it's miserable. They want benefits like I get.
By the way, he's right. It is miserable. But this is part of what I'm talking about, the cooking of the American mind. Most people want that, or a lot of sheep want that. Oh, a job, I don't have to do anything or have any responsibility. I just sit here and pretend to work. Most people actually want that in America. Why? Because they don't want to produce anything. They just want to clock in, clock out, watch Netflix, take the pain pill, smoke the weed at night, and start letting the 401k build. You get, your Carnival cruise that year. The Super Bowl is coming around. That is actually part of what they want. And that's part of what the pharmaceuticals are for, just dumbing you down, making it easier to do the fake job. Can you imagine doing a fake job that doesn't even do anything?
Never.
Yeah, you know what I mean? But for a lot of Americans, they want that. If you're a single mom, you're going to say, that's perfect. I don't really have to do anything. I'm not really responsible for anything. I just have to show up and maybe you look kind of professional, or do my Zoom call, and then just kind of screw off the rest of the day. So
it's not rewarding at all, but it's more of a status thing to them.
Yeah, but they don't. That's what I'm trying to say. They don't care about it being rewarding.
Yep.
That doesn't matter to them. It doesn't matter to them.
No, they don't want to put in any.
If you're kind of a soulless sheep, you don't care if it's rewarding or not. You don't give a shit.
You're just there for the money and the job title, pretty much.
Yeah, maybe not even. No, not even the job title. Because
Just
the job title will be an inflated job title, or it'll just be something that's obviously a fake job title if you just start examining it more.
I'm saying they use that to brag, though, to their friends and family.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah. I'm a senior
saying.
manager of soda machines at 7-Eleven or corporate or some bullshit.
Yep.
And that's real. People really think like that. Actually, a right-wing activist confirmed this on one of the blogs when I was saying that they cultivate a resentment against people with real work. That he said, yeah, that's true, because when we started these campaigns against teachers, we started actually talking about school administrators, because they're the ones that really create the problems, and everybody knows it. They don't do anything, and it had no purchase. People wouldn't get excited about them. Then we started talking about teachers, it took off.
Complaining about you.
Yeah, campaigning against this.
So the now we're going to be looking at, now that we have people in here and stuff, another interrogation type case. This is going to be a woman whose husband, I think, became handicapped or ill. I think he was in Vietnam. And basically she goes to delete him, and she thinks she just has everyone fooled, and she actually thinks she can like flirt her way out of deleting the husband. So it's going to show us a little bit of background story, and then we'll get into the actual meat and bones of the interrogation. And during the interrogation, we're going to point out some body language, some just obvious lies. So it'll have a lot about body language and just showing the cockiness of yes, they just want to exist versus actually living life and having a purpose, of course, because they're not having kids anymore either. So they get a dog every few years, and that's kind of it. Let's see, Memphis. That's why so many women that worked in the federal government are pissed, because they had jobs that require them just to be. Yeah, exactly. Yes, Memphis is 100% right. A ton of these are government level jobs, state level jobs, even sometimes town level jobs, where you're not really doing anything. And if you mess up, there's not really much consequence. You know what I mean? And there's no sense of urgency to do anything. So when you're working in these government sector jobs, there's no competition. You're not in the private marketplace where there's a competing company for your services. So that's why they can be so cocky, because we as a taxpayer are the customer. But we're so messed up and not used to dressing the government down like we should, that we get a shitty service, a shitty level of service. You know what I mean? They're just if it comes to taking your money, they will do a good job at doing that. But other stuff, if you try to get something done, or you need to go, I don't know, register your vehicle at the DMV, that type of thing. Do you think they give a damn about getting it done? No, because it doesn't change anything for them. There's not really an incentive to do it. Also, they usually don't. It's also part of our own systemic problem, like those guys and girls, I guess, that work on the highways, called Department of Transportation, probably called different things in every state. The classic thing, there's one guy with a shovel shoveling down there, and then four just standing around hanging out looking at it. They don't give raises. So when you don't give raises and you cap the pay, it's a system of nepotism, and he who does the least wins. because you're saying like, why would I work hard if I'm going to get paid the same amount of money? What's really in it for me? Like, I don't care what happens. So that's a big problem with all these government jobs, and they pay them, kind of okay, but they get good benefits, and that's where the nepotism comes in. It's their uncle who gets them the job, and they're working for the government forever. So, some of them are also kind of, when Big Brother comes around, they think they're on the side of it, and they'll never question anything. So, it's really for people who are sheep. And if you have a job where you're doing nothing and you have a soul, eventually you're going to say, I can't do this anymore because I'm not really contributing. Brent Laremont. My last job was working in Cisco Food Warehouse. We had a huge group of lazy twats. I complain. I made more every week. I would ship out 40 to 50 skids of food a day. Yeah, exactly. And they didn't even clear the skids because they had to mess it up and go back. So I worked for a food distribution company doing the same work. It was a competitor of Cisco at the time. I was the truck driver, but I'd also worked in the warehouse at the same time. And yeah, some of those people at these warehouse jobs are idiots. They did hire a woman at my one because it's a big enough company. And that's where the box ticking kicks in. You don't want women working at a warehouse job. You want a pole lock guy there. That's who you want. You want someone with a strong back who just knows how to run a forklift, just kind of, shuts up. He can work in the freezer all day. That's what you want. Someone who can run a forklift. That's who you want. Women don't know how to run a forklift. They don't. It's just not a good environment for them, and they view it as the government job. They're like, well, I was here. I don't really have that big of a quota. The company's not really going to fire me because I'm a woman. So, Brent in this scenario, did work hard and push himself, but they're not really gonna reward that way more. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope that they did. So that's
you know what I want to bring up is who's the majority of people working in HR departments?
Women. Yeah, HR is sort of another job where it's questionably useless like that.
Completely useless.
Same thing. Real estate agent.
Real estate about agent. Other people. Like that's all they do is complain.
Yeah. Real estate agent. Real estate agent is a bottle service that they show you a house. I've seen women dressed like complete 304s, and they're like, oh, well, we get all the paperwork in order and stuff. Most of the stuff they use is Chat GPT. You can have the title company does most of it for you. So you're just handing off a piece of paper, and usually you'll just lie right to the customer or to the person buying the house. Like, yeah, these schools are great, and you can make a second building back here and stuff. Once they get paid, it doesn't matter to them. They don't care. And it's usually a female job, and why should they get 6% or 5%, 4%? They get, 20 grand when they do a house for what? What did you do? Open the door and let me look around and tell me it looks nice?
Precisely.
You didn't really do anything. Yeah. So
they do is show up and look good and present the house. They don't even know much about the house either.
Yeah. Well, that's another thing at some of these government jobs and a lot of these bullshit jobs. They're sitting there pretending to work. Yep. The modern office that you go into or town hall, a lot of that stuff, they're kind of pretending to work, guys. A lot of times they're just doing a meaningless task that need not be done at all. There is a lot of bull crap where they're not really doing work because there's no one holding them accountable. They don't get paid. If they got paid more to do it, then they would maybe care, but probably not even then. So that's just part of the Western and part of the reason they're doing that, because I have a friend who's at a corporate company and he was going out on the road for the company, doing a lot more, trying to speak up more at the job, be more aggressive. They told him he's too aggressive because he's trying to get people to make more money for the company. He said, he's like, I'm not happy with the company doing a 6% profit. I want it higher than that. That's what you should be saying. So I told him, I said, hey, you know, now if you got a lot of people, your move in the corporate world is if you have, you know, a job, it's 100K or so. Don't try to recreate the wheel and, you know, take it on as your own business and all that. Just kind of fade into the background a little bit. Make sure you get paid, do what you need to do, but don't speak up too much. Because right now, if you speak up too much or try to change the way things are done, you end up getting cooked, and they give you the shittier jobs, way more work to do and stuff. So yeah, Steve is right. It's called the gray man technique. So you're just, you know, kind of there, blend in. You know, a lot of these big companies, that's kind of the move right now. I don't like saying that because I wouldn't do that. I believe in production, but I'm at, you know, my own company doing my own. I have to produce. But a lot of these places you don't really have to. So match the standard that is there, but don't. I mean, you know, I don't know. I'm not going to tell anyone how to live. I'm just saying that a lot of times at these companies, like how this other guy, Brent, was doing this at the warehouse, do 30 skids. Fuck it. Do 30 skids and drink on the job. But you know what I mean? Like sometimes like you have to know how to play your cards for this. So I'm not saying don't, you know, do 30 skids, but then maybe think about having something on the weekends or sides or at night or something like that. Put the extra energy into that. These companies just, they take everything they can out of you. So let's give this chick it'll be a little bit of background story. And I will speed that up.
His wife, 45-year-old Cynthia, their 2 children, and David's kid.
Let me just pause it first. And playback speed.
Caretaker, 60-year-old Chuck Todd. David had been diagnosed with ALS, which meant he was quickly losing control of his body. David's body was found by his caretaker, lying in his bed, and it appeared that he had died peacefully in his sleep. When the police called David's doctor, asking him to sign the death certificate, claiming that he died from ALS, the doctor refused, stating that David was very healthy, and he didn't believe that ALS caused his death. This forced the police to have an autopsy done on David's body, which revealed that he had died from suffocation. The police called Cynthia and told her they needed to speak with her because they believed that her husband was murdered.
Due to the fact you're here, we're going to hear Miranda warnings.
Cynthia. So, as this is playing, guys, I want you to take a, you know, newsflash, she deleted the husband. Okay. But now with that knowing, I want you guys to watch her body language, how she's going to try and lie and manipulate. Like it's actually pretty sickening.
Doesn't mean you're in trouble or anything. It's just
what something's going on.
Well, obviously, I'd like to talk to you, but before
I'll tell you everything I know.
Okay, just let me read them off real quick. I'm sure you've seen the TV shows.
Because I can't afford a lawyer.
Okay, well,
should I call him?
That's entirely up to you. I'm not really.
Answer yes. Okay, any of you guys are in a room like this, even if you did it, I don't care what you did, try to get a lawyer. Okay. In fact, you know, if she had a lawyer, she might have actually been able to either be free longer or maybe kind of get out of it, or just make so much more confusion where they couldn't directly arrest her.
Legal counsel.
Well, what am I being charged of?
You're not being charged. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can only be used against you in court.
Can and will be? Mm-hmm. Like you want to be?
You've probably seen Law and Order. You probably know these, right?
Like, actually, I haven't been able to watch a lot of TV lately.
I have.
I know people always say that, like, you know.
Because she was watching Law and Order. Oh!
Remember that show? I'm like, no, I don't.
Yeah, you don't, do you?
I know. I'm deprived.
Yeah.
Well, at first, tell me what is going on.
Well, you were saying a lot of stuff there.
So that's hot potatoing it. She's just saying she knows what's going on, but she's making him do the work. She's
playing extra dumb right now.
Well, it's hot potatoing it. It's like, well, now he has to be responsible to play his hand, and she can react to that. So it's actually kind of smart in a way, because she's not just going to volunteer information, willy-nilly.
on scene too, I'd like to ask you what's going on, and you go from there, you know.
Okay, here's what I think happened, James.
Cynthia begins telling the detective about how she met her husband's caretaker, Chuck. She claims she went to visit her father at the RV park where he lived, and there she met Chuck while she was hanging out by the pool.
While we were there, they have a public pool.
There she met Chuck.
And this guy is actually a good dude who tried to help like another veteran guy. So he basically volunteered to kind of be like an LNA type, you know, at home care, which is a very difficult. So that's not a useless job. Not at all. That's a very difficult job. And sometimes that's a job women can be good at. It's mostly women who do it. I think some men do it too, but that's what my mother does. She does like in-home at care, not for a company or anything, but she will actually kind of stay with them, you know, even if they die and stuff like that. It takes a special person with a lot of patience to be around someone who's diseased and dying. It can take, you know, a whole year for someone to die. It's going to be a very slow process. You know, you're wiping ass, you're dealing with them crying, feeding them, you know what I mean? It actually is a lot of work, and that's what we used to think of by nurses who were compassionate, who would be there when you were kind of scared and you had to be kind of vulnerable with them. And they give you your medicine, you know, they're kind of perky and cute, which makes you feel better. You know, I'm not saying that men can't do that. I'm just saying in the modern times when we're thinking of nurses, we think of the nurse of yesteryear when, you know, now the modern woman nurse will just, you know, probably just smoke and watch you die just sitting there.
She might even give you the poison.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, well, she'll steal shit too.
Yep. I've seen that before.
Yeah.
Out by the pool.
While we were there, they have a public pool, so this is where I met Chuck.
And she's gonna make this story last a long time and all this bullshit. Why? Because women think if they say enough details and all that you're going to forget what you originally asked. It's a deflection tactic. They do that all the time because it works on other women. You know, it's kind of a polite way of getting bogged down in details that are kind of, you know, time wasting.
Todd, and he was a married man, and he is a Marine, and he's like my dad's age. So I was thinking, you know, got to talking, and because you're sitting in the jacuzzi, the kids, you can still watch them swim. So he was in the same park. So
yeah, Red Door. I actually have made. I didn't finish it all the way, but I actually was making an app for body language. So if you were going to do a Zoom meeting or something, I was having it take in the facial movements, measuring tattoos, whether they're wearing glasses, what their eyes were doing and stuff. Kind of some like Big Brother type stuff. So I was making an app kind of for that, so we could use it during some of these shows and stuff to, you know, particularly if it's a politician or somebody talking or just any type of interview, we could watch them lie with different tells, voice tonality and stuff like that. So I'm still working on that, but yeah, the body language is very powerful to know. That's why I won't really teach it in school much.
Again, I started to call on him, and we got closer, and I never thought anything of it, like what now I see has happened. He really likes me, and I don't like him like that. So, I mean, not a way it occurred to me. This is in retrospect. Now I can see, because I just had to.
And one other app that I made, which I'm going to end up leaving the link to the YouTube, but I've created an app that we can maybe test it on my channel. That basically you can type whatever you want and it will code the language to fit around YouTube algorithms and stuff like that. I called it what the heck is it called? evasion coder. So I'm becoming like a complete tech whore now, but the invasion coder, I can, give it to you guys for free. Can work on a cell phone too. So if you text somebody pretty much anything, it's going to find a way to code that so you can do it safely. And it kind of protects you from data companies gathering so much data on you and all that type of stuff. So sorry
That's
about
a
that.
brilliant idea, bro.
Yeah, now that I have a YouTube channel, I'm going to start maybe like making some type of apps and stuff.
Pull myself to the beginning of where I met him because it's gone by so fast. Well, since last summer. So then we exchanged phone numbers and I said, you really got to meet my dad. You're going to love my dad. He's a Marine too. And he's a great guy. And I think you guys would hit it off really well. So my dad came once, or I exchanged phone numbers, and they got to know each other. And then my dad started hiring them. So I just thought it'd be good for Chuck. And so they became friends. And then
Cynthia claims that in retrospect, she could tell that Chuck was attracted to her, but she didn't feel the same way. She left the RV park, and when she arrived home, David was gone. He had gone to live in an assisted living center of his own free will. Cynthia explains that it was because he hated having his wife change his adult diapers, but the police would find out later that it was because he was in fear for his life. Cynthia explains that she and her daughter went to find David to try to get him to come back home.
And he was by the nurse's station. So I just said, go. She wouldn't go. She wouldn't go. And I was like, David, why are you here? Why aren't you in your room? Go to the car. 3 times. Go to the car. She wouldn't go. So I had to grab her by the arm and walk her out. And then he said, and then I grabbed his phone because my dad wanted to talk to him on my phone. And that he was like calling the nurse. Call the nurse. Look what she did. Call the police. She assaulted me. She's abusing my daughter. She's being mean. And so all this stuff. And so I got scared and went to his bedroom. And he wouldn't come. And I kept going out the hall like, come on, David, we really need to talk while you're not coming home. And I knew because he didn't want me to do that because they had put him in one as soon as he got there, saying it's time to man up. Now, David, this is what we do when it's a man thing. Right. And he is a man of all men, So he wouldn't come home. So I grabbed his laptop and I sold it. I sold it. Because I wanted to see why he's staying there and who he's talking to. Why would he do that? Not come home and tell me, like, lie to me about the whole thing. And then, so I just went home and he never came home.
Stealing laptop, check 1.
Never came home, and they transferred him to Las Ventas for another month or 2. And then he went to Granite Gate and we would visit.
See how she's just saying all this garbage? She killed the guy.
And so I was having very little time with David to know, and he missed us, and we missed him. So, of course.
And that was her husband, by the way. She didn't want to take care of him at all. She tried to pawn him off on other people, send nursing home and whatnot.
We want him home, just the same, no matter what. And he had already cashed out the life insurance policy to pay for this level of care, too. So
she hated that.
David had a $400,000 life insurance policy, and he was able to draw from it due to his illness. He had withdrawn $200,000 from it and put it into a separate account that Cynthia did not have access to, with the goal of using it for his health care.
We're all good with that. Everything was fine, and he was going to move home. So, but the good part and the different part was we're going to get help. So eventually he came home, and when school started this year, and that was good because then the kids were in school to kind of help get back in the routine when he came home. And I tried to give a new attitude, like, I'm the new sheriff in town. You can't do XYZ anymore because we never had TV, phone, or computers ever at the same time because he's an engineer and he messes with everything. Nothing works anymore because he thinks he's doing us a favor, but he's not. David started having, what do you call them? They said dementia or delirium.
Like delusions.
Delusions and stuff, yeah. And so we had a loft, keep him busy. He's an engineer. You have to keep him busy. So we'd give him projects. And I thought, okay, well, and that's what kind of mean, but that's what you do. You keep him busy or he'll drive you nuts. Mm-hmm. So the last project was constructive because he was going to build a loft bed for me to create more room in the bedroom because I was on.
Making him do labor. The guy's dying. I just keep him busy with lots of projects. Build me a loft, so when you're dead, I can use the space.
A single next to him, and we needed more room to work 2 people for Perry Carey's a big guy. Mm-hmm. And so I thought that would help. And then running into stuff too, he started losing his motor control, so it helped with more room. And I miss it, and it's so frustrating. But anyway,
fast.
And I don't know why, but I didn't want to hear it. I remember thinking, let's just go. We'll talk tomorrow. You're overreacting, Chuck. I don't know why you're doing this. And then we got lost, got on the freeway, 95 something east. And as soon as I got on the freeway, Chuck came out from just the side and tried to drive me off the road. So, and then the kids are hungry, and I got home and I was just tired, and I got this phone call from someone saying that they were from Biological Resource Center, and that's who has David's body right now.
Okay. Yeah, now, sorry, we'll go back to here because she just rambles a little bit, but this will get, you'll see when it all comes together.
And then the police finally came.
When the police arrived on scene, Chuck was still there, so he would be arrested and taken away. What Cynthia doesn't know is that Chuck was interviewed, and during that interview, he claimed that both he and Cynthia had murdered David together. He wouldn't give the police any more details and just stopped talking. The problem was, there was no physical evidence linking Cynthia to the murder.
So basically, the doctor went to do the autopsy, and he said, this guy didn't die from ALS, it was something else. Okay. So the police had somebody like a mortuary guy call her as like a test basically and say, hey, we found this body and I don't think it died from ALS, but like if you give me $800, I can just make the paperwork go away. She kind of didn't take the bait and played dumb. Then they went to the boyfriend, and the boyfriend began the process of ratting her out. So now we can get into more meat and potatoes of watching her talk about how she met this guy and everything when the husband's dying.
There was the possibility that Chuck was trying to get back at Cynthia by saying she helped him. The police decided to play a little trick on Cynthia. An officer would call her pretending to be the research center that had David's body. He told her that after doing the autopsy, he knew that David was murdered. He wouldn't go to the police if Cynthia paid him, and he would make it all go away. Cynthia told the undercover officer that she had no idea what he was talking about, and she hung up the phone.
And then I got home, and it was the longest day of my life, and then the car didn't start.
Yeah, she's
and then the kids are hungry, and I got home, and I was just tired, and I got this phone call from someone saying that they were from Biological Resource Center, and that's who has David's body right now. I think. I don't know anymore, because then they said they sent it back, and they can tell he's been strangled, and that's strangled or asphyxiated or something. And so he described it to me, that's a lack of oxygen. So now he's telling me he didn't die of natural causes. Then this other phone call from the same people came in again. It's a Biological Resource Center. And the guy said, you can make all this go away. And I'm like, well, I don't know what you're talking about, because I don't. What do you mean? How does it go away? It has to be proper. How are you handling his body? And I'm getting upset, thinking what the heck's going on?
Acting her tits off.
So I don't know what's going on. He said it'll all go away, and for what for? And I just said, no, I don't know what for. And he said, just money. We just want money. So I just said, I'm hanging up now, and hung up. And then bam, bam, you were on the door. What's going on? You tell me.
We were contacted by a homicide investigator down there in Phoenix who was contacted by that Biological Services, and they did see evidence consistent with an asphyxiation.
Asphyxiation, it's called.
Yeah, like a lack of oxygen.
Yeah, you're used to have it being called choke fucking. Oh!
Being cause for death. It appears to be an unnatural death.
An unnatural death. So he was asphyxiated. He was strangled.
Not strangled.
What?
They said there wouldn't appear to be strangulation. It appears to be asphyxiation, like smothered. So that's why, obviously, I wanted to talk to you and see what's going on.
What the hell? wouldn't suspect but anything but Chuck now if I had to say anything, because I didn't know he would go.
Well, what's the story? I mean, with Chuck, I know you kind of went over everything.
Right. I think he just is so thinking he would have done us a favor, like if he did that. He never told me. He never told, obviously he couldn't have told me. I would have called the police, you know. And we were fine. We just needed help. So I don't know why he would have done that. If he did, he's the only one in my house that would have done it. Am I on video?
We have video in all the rooms.
So I had asked him kind of.
So she's throwing the guy under the bus. So she made the boyfriend, who is a simp, and was a scumbag, because we went past the part where she met him. Which I'm going to go back to. Because she said there's a Christian dating app and everything. It's really
I didn't do it. Then why would they have done that? He's a dying man anyway. Why would they have done that? I wanted to know he died in peace. And the lady must have come in and said he was fine and left.
Crocodile tears.
And the next day he died. So can you believe that? No one thought he was ready to die but me. I mean, or who, you know? They don't know what the truth. We get him cleaned up and he looks so good. And it's a good compliment to a caregiver because he didn't have bed sores, nothing for 2 years in the chair. That means we did our rotations. Yeah. We did the best care we could. I had to get him out of there. I didn't think this before now, though. It was Chuck. And Chuck said he would stay and help me paint it and all these ideas. And I didn't want him around anymore. I didn't know what else to do with him. I had to let the caregiver go. What happened with Chuck is I couldn't get any time and he just started controlling everything and it was nice, but then I didn't have time to grieve yet. I wanted to just be alone with my family and grieve. Well, I told him, I said, look, I need this space. I need to know this. I can do this. And it's important we become our family now and that they know it. And so he was offended. And he said, you're kicking me out after all I've done for you. And I don't understand that. And I'm like, whatever. I don't know what to say, Chuck.
So he deleted a guy. He deleted the husband for her, and then she kicks him out of the house.
It's not a good deal at all.
Yeah. Completely.
Everyone loses.
Yeah. Because I've seen this video in the past, and I want to go into how they met each other, which I'll skip around a little bit.
He leaves with me the week before.
Soften how the detective perceives her.
It wasn't like I thought. I romanticized him dying in my arms almost. Like it would be more, say the things you need to say. It wasn't like that at all. I didn't have a chance to say anything. Because it was tough and I regret saying some of the things I did now. I wanted more time with him. Wow, you're saying someone suffocated him, strangled him.
Well, they didn't say strangled. They said suffocated. I guess there's specific things they notice.
Well, why would they call me and ask me for money? Because he said,
that's new to me.
I'm in a position, he said, to either send the body back to the first place, and I forgot what it was called.
Which is the pigs lying to her.
Place they go. Did he go there? Because he said, no, the body never went there. It came to me. And he took identity that he has the body. He has my husband's body. And if I give him enough money or something, this will all go away.
See, that's new to me.
Do they know we don't have money? Where they think we cash the life insurance to pay for care? How or where do they think I have money? Everyone thinks a widow's going to have all this money. Really? Do they not know what medical bills caused?
In this day and age, yes.
4 years of this. We have no money. Why would they think I even have that kind of money to pay off anybody for anything?
I don't know.
When a killer voluntarily brings up life insurance and insists they didn't get any of the money, that is a major behavioral tell. This means they were thinking about motive before the detectives mention it. In Cynthia's case, her husband did take money out of the life insurance, but there was still $200,000 left. Cynthia knew the longer he was alive, the less money would be left for her.
Yeah, and then I should tell you this other thing that happened that summer too. So this Lou got David convinced I was having affairs because I would pull.
Here we go. This is the shit that I wanted. It took a while to find it, but this gets ridiculous. And this is how women will justify cheating, when the husband's going to die and all that. So just watch, be mindful of it. It took me a while to find this part, my bad.
And this was just a period between husband and wife where he kept saying, well, Cindy, you're just going to marry some rich man and you'll be fine. And I said, no, I'm not going to be fine because I'm not remarried. And let me just show you what's out there. And it was between us. Like, and we were laughing at this one guy's profile. We didn't pay money, so it's not like we can talk to him and talk back. I mean, it's just like a smiley icon and things from what I learned. But I went to Christian Mingle, AM Christian, and they have a prayer book. And I can go in there and talk to other women that have lost husbands.
Yeah, sure. That's what you were doing. Please. I'm telling you guys, it's bad. You got to watch out for modern Christian women, unfortunately. Maybe even the men too. They turn out to be sometimes the most evil, and they want to prey on maybe innocent people. So maybe that's why they go into these communities and stuff like that. But this woman has been lying the entire time. And you hear how she's like, oh, we didn't pay for the app. We're just on Christian Mingle. We just send like little emojis and stuff. Like, we didn't know anything. Please. Right. As your husband's in his freaking deathbed.
And with children and stuff. And so I talked to a few people then. I paid one site for a prayer, I know, and then that's what triggered all this.
Who pays a website for a prayer? I sure as hell don't.
Never done that.
Yeah.
Never will do that either.
Yeah, it's terrible, yeah.
I think a lot of those sites hitting my...
Maybe she was on Synagogue Single. Oh!
website then. So David knows it's not true. I mean, we have an unequivocal marriage. That's just so, that's the last thing we did. I mean, why?
Investigators would eventually gain access to Cynthia's email, and they found that she was a member of several dating websites. They also found proof that she had been going on dozens of dates with various men while she was supposed to be caring for her husband. The evidence...
See that? That's what you get for loyalty in the modern day.
Exactly. You get punished.
They found...
Yep. She only was staying with him to get the money. And she noticed that he started spending the money on, trying to stay alive longer, which is a part of how cooked the West is. The healthcare, getting the care is almost as bad as getting the disease, the money that you're going to owe. So the payments that you need to pay for the care is like the equivalent amount of money that it caused the stress to make the disease a lot of the time when it's, this major stuff.
Would contradict her story that she only
remember, she's like, oh, I just tried Christian Mingle and sent a couple emojis, please. Then you find out she's on several dating apps.
A Christian dating site to receive prayers.
This wasn't even through the website. I had met this other officer at a park once, and I'll never forget it because he said he was a retired policeman. So I was like, cool, and that's cool. I honor these guys, and anyone in
please.
So, and I got to talking to him, and he seemed really nice because he was volunteering to take these two boys to the park, and I thought, what a beautiful.
So he's a simp.
Exactly. Beta.
Hey, he's a neat guy, and I don't know, I let my mind go, someday maybe, And so he said, do you want to be friends with benefits? I had no idea what that meant.
What are you talking about? You know exactly what that means.
Come on, you know what it meant. It means you're getting handcuffed, ho. Oh!
She's been a side hoe for years.
Yeah, she has been a side hoe for years.
Okay, so I'm picturing, because we had talked about Facebook. So I was thinking it was one of those icons, special thing that, yeah, like an icon you push. So he was really good looking too. So I have to put that in there. But anyway, so when my kid's in tow going to leave, typical, I couldn't even find my phone. So
she had her kids in hoe.
Oh, and I'm thinking he was smart in retrospect. So I gave him my phone number to call it. And sure enough, it had just dropped in the leaves going to put out a fight or something. And so then I was just learning how vulnerable I really am to this because he's good. Yeah. I mean, he got my phone number now because I lost my phone. Did I really lose my phone? Or did he like just toss it when I went?
See how it's like anything in the universe except her just wanting to get banged out by this simp who I think ends up deleting the husband. Disgusting.
Zero accountability at all times.
Yep. Yeah. But this is how they justify things. This is how cheating becomes okay. This is how the emotional affair happens. This is how she starts spending on the credit card or whatever.
To help the kids, and then I asked him to call so I could find it.
See how she's just was looking him in the face, smiling. I'm just a mom.
So he has my phone number now. That was involuntarily because I didn't see that coming.
So he has your phone number somehow magically. Either this guy is straight up got the best game or she's an idiot. I think you know which one is probably right.
And then if kids in tow, throw the stuff in the truck. And then he went to kiss me and hug me. And I was like, okay, this is I'm a hugger. Now I know I can't hug. I've already gotten myself in so much trouble by being a friendly hugger. Well, you can't hug. So then he went to kiss me. And my daughter's like, what is he doing? And I'm like, I don't know, but I'm going to find out. And I was like,
Sure you are.
Guys, she's in her late 30s or 40s. I don't know how old she is, but do you buy this crap?
Excuse me, what the heck is going on? And he said, well, you said.
And notice she's having some fun now.
Yeah, the tears are gone.
Yeah, the tears, well, they were fake anyways. So
yeah, they were crocodile tears, and now she's trying to have a good time.
Yeah, I think this is kind of maybe a younger detective. Notice his body language has changed where he is looking more straight on to her. I think that he changed his position, or maybe the camera did. But it took for her a while to get her bullshit out and to waste the time. So she thinks that he already has forgot about everything.
It looks like he's a little bit closer to her now.
I think he is.
Yeah. That's probably
you said you'd be friends with.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, because we know that she's a hoe for cops.
Yeah, she's a lying hoe.
With benefits. And I'm like, what am I missing here? So I learned kind of the hard way that this is not a ballpark you play with again. And then I called him a few times after because he was really, I don't know, but he didn't want anything to do with me. So, which is rightfully so. I'm enough.
Yeah, Steve has a good point. She's reliving her fantasy. To her, this is just some, freaking Nancy Drew novel, some mystery novel bullshit. And she's the killer.
And I was like, oh yeah, you got to get to know me. I'm still married, but you get it. No, it's not going to work. Okay, I know that. So then that had nothing to do with the website thing. It was just a weird day at the park. Yeah, so I didn't know what to do. So whatever. Oh, I know now. I don't know. I just thought you should know that. Oh, so when I did leave that with the camper back there, I'm sorry, I'm all over the map. That's because I didn't take my pills today.
Don't say.
Yep.
Let me guess. Yep. SSRIs.
Yeah. Oh, is that because you took them last night when you were drinking? Was it then probably? That's probably what happened. Again, this is representing modern woman just doing the mental gymnastics with a straight face.
Like I said, I'm just trying to keep up.
Silence is very hard for guilty people. Non-stop talking often signals extreme internal stress. Ironically, talking too much can cause contradictions, so a detective will usually let the suspect continue talking as much as they want. The detective lets Cynthia ramble on for another 20 minutes.
See, problem with her is she should have said less, not whore. Oh!
Oh, another thing
Before
I
he-
want to point out is
Sure.
if you let them keep talking, they eventually do tell on themselves.
Exactly. That's why I was fast forwarding the beginning, because I said, like, because they think if they waste enough of your time that you'll go away, and that does happen a lot.
Not in
But
this
yeah,
situation, though.
and Memphis is right. This is fun to her. She's playing it. She thinks she's going to play everybody and get money for it and cheat. She thinks she's going to just get away with everything.
Delusional.
Yeah.
He asks her about Chuck. Cynthia claims that after he tried to run her off the road, Chuck was arrested for telling the police he strangled David.
Well, they took him because I think I heard strangulation. Yeah, before they separated him, he said, I strangled somebody. So then I was like, what's going on?
He said he strangled somebody?
Yeah, and I think he said he strangled David.
Did he?
That's what
Why
I
didn't you
think.
say that earlier? That's kind
So she's telling on herself, basically.
Yep. They already know.
Just like you were saying, yeah. Well, they suspect it, but they need to have her talk herself into it. So basically, the simp cop got a crush on her, banged her a few times, and she's like, "Hey, if we get rid of my husband, there's 200 grand there left over,
and we can enjoy it together and run off into the sunset."
Yeah, and he's like, "Oh, well, I'm an ex-cop." He was kind of a dirty cop, but he's like, "I'm an ex-cop. Maybe I can do it." Like, he was also an idiot.
Well, because that's why I was wondering why he was freaking out. Like, he had to talk to me, remember? And I said I didn't want to. I didn't want to be alone with him anymore. I finally got him out of my house, and things were following plan.
where's he
he's
at
going to
now?
stay
Like,
there.
Things are following plan.
Where's this at when this
He's in
happened?
jail
In
now.
Nevada, you're saying?
Yeah, that's wrong.
Where in Nevada is he?
Henderson police I called 911 when he tried to run me off the road,
Mhm.
and then they separated
She probably made that up too.
us, and when the police got there, it took forever. I never swore. I thought I have yet to get to Vegas. I go there to this campsite and to my dad's house. That's as far as I've got. I am not the party girl people think. I am blonde because my husband made me have blonde hair.
Please.
It's what he wanted.
You to do it.
That's why that night he said he just really needed me alone and wanted to take me out. And I didn't know if that meant to the jacuzzi where I met him, just sitting side by side and watching kids play in the pool. I mean, it was innocent enough, but I think a lot has gone on that he thinks he's a hero now to me because he came and helped.
Mhm.
I never attempted to do that. I would never have. And now
I would never have attempted to do anything like that, and I never have.
I think that's what he's thinking. We were going to be this couple.
No.
He's like
And why would he think that?
68 years old.
I haven't met him on the phone, but obviously
I know. It's really weird.
I'm very interested in talking to him.
Well, he's in jail.
Chuck would eventually tell the police everything, and the first thing he said was when he met Cynthia, she fell for him very quickly. Every chance she could get away from her husband and see Chuck, she took. In fact, it was her idea to move Chuck in so they could hook up while her husband and children were sleeping.
Strangle.
You hear that?
Mm.
So she moved in, some crooked cop, thug, to bang in the same house as the husband's dying. Can you imagine that? That's a new type of cucking. It's like, it's not really, cucking. The poor guy's dying. We can't, blame him. But can you just imagine that? So this will show you guys they're ready to replace you. You're replaceable to them. They're a pawn. You know what I mean? Like, she had a fine marriage. The guy didn't cheat. The guy got ALS. It's a whole new low. It really is.
They're ready to cheat right after the diagnosis.
They'll be in the next room cheating. Probably left the freaking door open. Yeah. Probably gives the husband a kiss right after she took the other guy's load.
Ugh. Nasty.
Yeah, the monster.
Watch out, brothers. Watch out.
I mean, that's what Chuck was saying when we pulled in and the police came, and I had the window down a little bit so I could communicate. And I heard him saying strangulation. I strangled somebody. So I'm like, oh my God, this can't happen. He killed my husband. He killed David. He killed David, or is he saying I strangled David? I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know anything, right? I don't know. It's all a mystery to me.
Oh, she
How
does
could
know.
I possibly be responsible? No, she made the guy delete him. She's just playing dumb now. So she also used that guy as a pawn. So this is another thing where simping, we're gonna call it sideline simping. Sideline simping is when you either directly simp or you help somebody else simp. And then, that's the cause of his, going to jail for a long time. But it's simping, if you're going to delete somebody else for a woman, you're a huge simp. Really bad simp. Really bad simp.
Stage 5 simp.
Especially if it's a guy already dying on his deathbed. And this chick was taking those pain pills that were his and all sorts of stuff. Stealing it.
Oh, yeah. I didn't want him to sleep in the house. I wanted him to stay in the camper. And he refused. Because my dad's like, you just call Chuck and he'll come help you now. Sounds like David's getting close to passing. And, you'll want him there. And la, la, la. But Chuck...
Guy's dying, blah, blah, blah.
It drives me crazy. He talks. He's an old man. It's like the same story still. Yeah. Oh, Friday.
I said I get claustrophobic, and fries.
The day before Thanksgiving was awful.
So I think he is moving in closer.
We had a guy pushing us, and Walmart hit our cart. And I will never do the Black Friday thing again. Because it's the last Christian... I mean, people are...
You won't get another chance.
She's talking about being Christian. It's the last Christian thing. I'm not going to go on Black Friday.
Yeah.
They knocked over this whole thing of DVDs in Target a couple years when I tried the Black Friday thing.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's why I was mad at Chuck not long, because when he came once for my birthday just to give me something, I thought it was more trouble than it was worth. And please don't. But he did. He showed up, kissed me on the lips in my driveway.
Chuck did?
Yeah.
Jeez.
You're banging him.
Because I knew I was playing with fire.
Wow.
I mean, I know this guy he told me he loved me. And I couldn't, but he promised he wouldn't do that again. And he promised he would.
See, she's getting emotional now, telling on herself.
Would keep everything separate, his feelings. Because this isn't about that. Right now, we're in survival mode here. We are in crisis. But when my dad heard, I think he got really upset. He never liked David very much. It's because he didn't understand our faith. He's not.
I didn't understand our faith. He's not Christian.
She might as well be an atheist.
Yeah. In fact, put a 1 in the chat if you have lost most respect for I don't want to say all Christians, but put a 1 in the chat if you feel like you've lost a lot of respect for when someone says they're a Christian. It doesn't mean shit to you. It doesn't mean shit to you. You got to show me a little more. You got to show me a little more than that. I don't want. If you see someone wearing a cross, especially a chick, do you take them being serious as a Christian? I sure as hell don't. I actually think if they have the cross, it's actually more of a red flag, if anything.
Usually,
it was for this woman.
On women, it's usually a cover-up that they're, doing sinful activities all the time.
Yeah, they think it protects them from that, and it's also wearing the cross is a simp attractor.
Yep,
it's a simp or a tradcon attractor. So it attracts these tradcons that will come and do everything and anything for them. apparently delete somebody else for them. That's the type of Christians that we have today. Yeah, let's see. Emoji Mister 1, New Age Christianity, especially Black liberal churches. Yes. Yeah, we're definitely talking New Age Christianity. And this is not me trashing anyone's religion or anything, guys. I'm just saying, like, as a caveat, one across the board with everyone. Yeah, it's men too. It's men too. Red Doors says yes. Brian says yes. They treat the cross like a cross neck. Yeah, exactly. They do treat it like a talisman. Exactly. If anything, they will actually treat some type of crystal necklace or something, a Prada bag or Gucci bag with more reverence, and they'll treat the cross. They don't give a shit about it. They're not, they're not really even walking any type of spiritual path. And a lot of that too, guys, with these women too, goes with New Age stuff. New Age means new cage. That's like a term that we're going to use on the show. New Age means new cage. So what happens is people use religion, okay? And some people, for whatever reason, lose faith. Or they didn't like religion to begin with or something. And then they go to, and a lot of this is women, but men do it as well. And then they go to, oh, well, I don't really believe in the religion, or I'm not going to, it's too disciplined for me to follow it, or whatever it may be. I can just be spiritual now. I'm a spiritual girly. I'm a witch. Or, I listen to my spirit guides and all that. A ton of that is all garbage. Some of it is good. Some of it is okay, but a lot of that now is a religious cop-out to do whatever I want. Okay, like I can I can be in a three-way because it's like Kundalini energy and gathering up more. A ton of it is just yoga, garbage. A lot of it's from India. These people just have they wear the turban thing, and they have a few hot chicks that just want to stretch and show their ass, and there you go. That's your New Age starter kit there. Mr. Emoji Mister. I'm glad you clarified that. I don't respect Christianity. It doesn't respect the Bible. They say things like the Bible is outdated. We only follow certain parts of the Bible in New Age. Yes, correct. Exactly. So they pick it however they want, and they also interpret it how they want. That's the problem. And it's a hustle that will always be there. That's where you get the Joel Osteens, these new people like, Jesus wants you to have a boat. He wants you to have a boat. You need that boat. You need that house in Montecito. Shit like that. Where, in fact, after this video, we are going to go into that Life Surge Boston, which looks to me to be some type of Christian cult with Tim Tebow telling you what to do. So this doesn't have too much left. We'll go into that, but part of why I wanted to go into this, because she's being such a fake Christian and all that. Yes, I get what you're saying. Most Christians believe that God is all forgiving and they are free to do whatever wicked they want without doing any repentance. 100%. For sure. And that's what she believed. That's what she believes.
Christian, he doesn't understand commitment of a covenant marriage.
Doesn't understand commitment of a covenant marriage. As she moves a guy in, as banging the guy as it's just in the next room.
He doesn't understand it. She flipped out, so she needs to go back to her AA classes apparently. And then Chuck came, and I moved back in our camper. And
you know why they call it AA? because it's for alcohol.
So that was the last time I saw him.
Well, let me ask you this. Honestly, you're telling me Chuck told you he strangled your husband?
No, I'm assuming he said that. Because he said something about strangling when I heard him today. When the police had him over there and I was over here with kids crying and stuff, and I had the window down a little bit, I thought I heard the word struggle. Or strangle or struggle. Something. So I'm thinking, then when my dad told me Chuck's in jail for murder, I'm thinking, oh my God.
See? So the guy that she got with had been in jail for deleting someone else previously, I believe. And that's who these women love, is someone like that.
He murdered my husband. I mean, I'm still just trying to get this.
I mean, why do you think
he would
Chuck
do that?
did it?
Because he loves me. He told me.
No.
See the little smile on her face?
If he did it and then I refused him, so he did it for nothing.
So she used him as a pawn. He deleted someone else to get this loose box 304 cheater. And then she threw him to the side and tossed him under the bus. But they talked to the husband first. But just look at how they're willing to throw away lives for their own bullshit and then call themselves a Christian.
And years of marriage, too.
Chuck told the police that Cynthia had brought up the idea of killing her husband while they were hanging out in the garage drinking wine. Cynthia had realized that David was blowing through all the money, and she wanted to know the best way to kill him. Chuck mentions wrapping a plastic bag around his head, and that's when they began to plan the murder.
Yeah, because remember, that guy Chuck is a scumbag, but that's why that she likes him so much. They absolutely love that.
Cynthia told him they could finally be together and reap the rewards of David's house and his money if he helped her do it. The following night, they both entered David's room while he was sleeping. Cynthia pulled out a trash bag, and Chuck grabbed a pillow, and together, they took David's life.
Because he said that too, you owe me. And I didn't know what he meant. What do I...
No, she should have been lawyered up before this happened to prolong the process. But she's an idiot. She just came in, free will, wanted to just yap. It's funny because she couldn't shut her trap, but she made her own trap. Oh
damn right.
He bought the kids a ping pong table. It was $150. I didn't want him to. And then I agreed, okay, if you set it up. And so that's all they did Thanksgiving, him and my dad, to set up the ping pong table. It never occurred to me that someone would do that, or that he did it or he didn't. I don't know yet. We don't know, right? The facts yet.
No, I don't.
When do we get any?
I'll be finding out stuff here very shortly. I guarantee you that.
I couldn't tell him that because I think he's thinking this whole time that he's falling in love with me. I'm falling in love with him. It's going to work out. We're just going to be this new couple. He loves the kids. He always says how much he misses. He's a teacher of 25 years.
So he's a scumbag too. Teachers suck, guys, just all around. Most teachers suck.
So he loves kids.
Well, obviously, I'm going to be talking to Chuck here pretty shortly. Is there anything you think he's going to tell
me? He loves kids, but he's willing to delete somebody.
Me that Chuck already told me.
No. I mean, everyone talked about how easy it would be not easy to kill him, but to
but I mean, what might Chuck say you said to him or something like that?
See how she's not crying now? She's into it.
Just so I'm not blindsided by anything.
That I would have married him or something. I never said that. I can't.
She totally led him on. I'm trying to picture what that would be like.
I'm trying to picture because I was thinking about it too. Like, what does he think I owe him for?
Right.
Like he did me a favor? Killing my husband. I owe him? That's what's going through my head.
Like I said, I don't know.
I don't know either. This is hitting me like, okay, I know he got really upset when I told him. He said right away, "You're kicking me out after all I've done." And I was like, you changed diapers maybe 2-3 times. I mean, he didn't even...
She goes to bitch about something else. The guy did an ultimate thing for her, deleted someone. Do you know what I mean? She doesn't even care. She's just like, we only changed diapers a couple times. You see this, guys? No appreciation for anything.
Or anyone.
Nope. Anyone, any human being.
Matter of fact, money and material possessions are more important to this woman than another human life.
Then basically 2 human lives.
Oh yeah.
She let the guy. That's what I'm saying, guys. We did this in the last episode too. Like, is it worth deleting another man for a woman, or just deleting anyone or anything for a woman? It's not, especially a woman who is going to complain about the diapers afterward. He should have strangled this 304. And yes, this is what a lot of things that they go to after religion. All these things they're bringing up. This is where you get cults and everything, because it becomes a way to bypass religion and still have some of the community and all that. This is probably where Freemasonry and things like that come in too, a little bit. I do want to highlight, though, I do have a heavy interest in Gnosticism. I've been into Gnostic Christianity or Gnosticism lately. So we can talk about that at another time for sure.
And do real pericare. He just did more restraining, and then there wasn't much of that at the end anyway.
Chuck, in his own mind, saw you suffering. I mean, I think anyone from a third party perspective could see your situation. You were suffering a lot. It was every day, all day. It was a struggle to get by. I think. No. What I'm saying is, I'm sure that's what was going on in his mind. That makes sense.
Is he that crazy?
It makes sense in a way. If he was coming from third party, maybe viewed himself as kind of a white knight to come help you in a situation. Right. I imagine you probably were joking or something and made an off-color comment. You already said you guys were joking about it in the house.
No, not to kill anyone.
Well, something where, oh, he's still alive, stuff like that. But my point is...
No, I never allowed anyone to talk like that, but the kids started to say mean things too.
Well, I mean, you even said yourself, I mean, you guys would say it, but it makes sense.
Say killing her.
Well, say he's still alive and things like that.
Yeah.
I can't tell you. I just know I went to bed that night. And I actually complained that day because the night before I was like, why couldn't you stop him from banging? I did say that. Like, you're here for something. Why was I still up almost all night from the banging?
Steve, you have a little spelling effort. You forgot to put the W on horse.
And so he probably took it apart.
Did you talk to Chuck at all, or did you go straight to
and minus the S
I
too?
probably had a cigarette with him in the garage. That was kind of the meeting spot area.
Okay, and then what'd you guys talk about in the garage?
Who knows? Everything. He always talked about stuff.
I mean, what kind of stuff?
Christmas, Dad coming for Thanksgiving, I imagine.
Did you guys talk about David when you were out there?
I think so. I don't know. I wouldn't remember from night to night. No, he's made several passes at me in the garage. He did this the other night, and that's why I didn't want he goes, trust me.
Look at now she's hitting on him. Look at this. And this detective guy, I think, knew to move in closer. But now she's having fun. She's getting wet. She wants to cheat right in here.
She asked if there was cameras recording.
Yeah, she did.
And then he put his hand further up my leg and said, trust me. I said, not flow.
Was that the night? That Thursday night? When he did
could have been. It was real.
What was he saying? Trust me about, do you know?
I don't know. His hand on my leg. I don't know. Why would you do that? He was trying to flirt or something?
I'm sure. He was making a pass.
Right. So I just
see what she's doing?
said, knock it off.
Earlier in this interrogation, Cynthia makes it very clear that she loves a man in a uniform. Now she touches the detective's upper thigh, not once, but twice, making sure to look directly into his eyes. As a last resort, she believes if she can get the detective to fall for her, he may just ignore that she may be the killer.
Okay. But once again, when I talk to Chuck, he's not going to say you guys had an actual relationship or anything, nothing physical at least, or anything like that.
No, he tried when the jacuzzi. I know. I ran my hand across his once.
Okay, I mean.
And curious.
Yeah.
And I regret it.
Okay.
And there's nothing there.
Okay, but I mean, you guys never had sex
to work with.
like
No,
okay.
We didn't sleep together, nothing like that. But he wanted to. I know he put it. That's why this last time I knew I do not go to the jacuzzi with him. Do not, just don't do it. Just go to a hotel. What could be so hard? Serious. I tried drinking last summer. It didn't work. 3 beers, I think I made it to, and then I was out for 2 hours.
Yeah, because you had a handful of Xanax.
In the end, Chuck agreed to testify against Cynthia in exchange for a plea deal. Chuck told the story of how he met Cynthia, began having an affair with her, and then moved in with her and her husband. He explained how Cynthia offered him herself, her home, and her money if he would help her kill her husband. Chuck would be sentenced to 16 years in prison for his part in the crime. Because of Chuck's confession, Cynthia would receive multiple life sentences.
16 years of life for that guy over this box from this chick here who kicked him out, wanted him kicked out.
That's so dumb.
Yeah.
With no chance of parole. David was
She got a good sentence though. So this guy he's gonna die in jail pretty much.
Be sentenced to 16 years in prison for
he was the simp.
His part in the crime. Because of Chuck's confession, Cynthia would receive multiple life sentences. With
multiple life sentences. That's good. Why? She basically kind of ruined 2 people's lives. The guy who actually did the deed, who she manipulated to do it, and the husband.
No chance of parole. David was a man trapped in his own home and his own body. He begged for help, but Cynthia would tell everyone it was his disease that made him delusional. David tried to hide his money from her, and he even tried to move out. But in the end, Cynthia would take his life.
Let's look at those eyes. Crazy.
Because of Chuck's confession, Cynthia would receive multiple life sentences with no chance of parole. David was a man trapped in his own home and his own body. He begged for help, but Cynthia would tell everyone it was his disease that made him delusional. David tried to hide his money from her, and he even tried to move out. But in the end, Cynthia would take his life. What are your thoughts on this case? Do you think Chuck was lying about her being in the room when David was killed? Please share your thoughts in the comments below.
She was watching it.
In June of
she was watching it. It's bad. She was sitting there watching it. Can you imagine? That's a new type of, she's like a death cuck. How about you get in there, put your hand on the neck too, get in on the stuff, and just sitting there watching it? Disgusting. So
she thought she would get away with it,
Yeah. Well, so if she had a lawyer, she could have got a little bit more away from it. But the guy realized that he needs to rat on her as much as possible. So, he did. So, he probably had a life sentence and got it reduced to 16. And I don't know, maybe he'll be out in 11 years, but he's pretty much cooked. Yeah, she was on antidepressants, a whole chemical cocktail of Effexor, Lexaho, Holoft, and this was pre-Ozempic. Yep. 16 years for post-menopausal puss. Why? Exactly. And she treated him like crap. And she was on multiple dating sites. So you think she didn't try to get plowed out or all around town as much as she could and stuff like that? Going down to the pharmacy, getting the medications and everything like that. And by the way, she had a kid that she should have been making that the center point of her life.
Nope. She thought she was still forever 21.
Yeah. If she sleeps with the detective, she'll be able to get off more than once. Oh!
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Oh, that was fire.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Let's go over some of the comments here. Post-wall women think they've still got it and can talk their way out of anything because there's always some simp in many cases who is. Yes, exactly. And she thought the detective was going to simp for her. She kind of tried that in the end. She
touched his leg.
Yeah, she probably touched his junk if the camera wasn't there. That kid is going to grow up knowing her mother is a monster, unfortunately. Yes.
Definitely.
I thought she handed him the garbage bag per his testimony. Yeah. Yeah. So she tried to say, oh, I wasn't even in the room when it happened. It's like, just own up to it. You know what I mean? Like she wanted to make sure that he was dead. So, yeah, she handed him the garbage bag per her testimony. Well, she is a garbage bag.
Yep.
Because she's white trash. Oh. So I haven't seen this video. Let's lighten it up for this one, and then maybe we'll do a more heavy topic after this.
Lick, motherfucker.
Do you mind just separating the front? I have an officer walking up right now if you want to talk with him.
That might be a well, kid. We'll see.
Please. All right, Jeanette, what's going on?
Apparently, he's hitting me. He's abusing me. He's 19 and he's fucking with me.
This old crow-ho. Oh my God. Let's go back and see that. And I think that's Nug Nug. I think that was a kind of a black type guy. So he's banging this. Oh my God. I'll tell you, ninjas will do anything for a PS5. Come on now.
You fucking lick, motherfucker.
Oh. Whoa. Butterfly, not a tattoo, but butterfly on it.
Do you mind just separating the front?
Right, let me go back and restart.
You fucking lick, motherfucker.
Do you mind just separating the front? I have an officer walking up right now if you want to talk with him, please. All right, Jeanette, what's going on?
Apparently, he's hitting me.
Apparently, he's hitting me.
Make that make sense.
Apparently, he's hitting me.
He's abusing me. He's 19 and he's fucking with me.
The only thing I got going on right now is you are very drunk. So why? So are you guys arguing because you've been drinking?
No.
Tell me about the money you threw at him.
I just got home. Dude, do you really want to do it? Come on. What's your name? Officer what?
Machuga.
Okay, Officer Machuga. I just walked in my house.
Okay.
And I spent $450 on all this stupid shit.
Okay.
And my son, who's a recovering alcoholic, and I am also an active alcoholic, was pissed because I spent all this money and I didn't give him any money. I didn't Venmo him money. He stole $28, so I discontinued my Venmo.
I don't think she did Venmo. I think she just did Ho.
I said, you stole from me, I will never give you another penny. And that's kind of the theme.
Okay.
That's it.
So what would be the best solution to help you
I don't know, but I'm not going to let him hit me.
Okay, where do you hit you?
It doesn't matter.
Well, it does matter. I want to know where he hit you.
Why?
Hold on for 1 second, okay? Hello. You got like a little mark on his face. Who does it? Can you step outside with you real quick? Where is he? Huh? Mark on your face. Is it this right?
So what do you guys want to bet this is projection that she was hitting him?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I've never seen the video, but projection is a big deal with women. And yeah, they weren't banging each other. I don't know why I said that. So that was wrong. Red Door's right. I think it's his mother. And he's already an alcoholic at 19. 100% projection. Yeah, that's probably right. Why? Because he's a 19-year-old kid. He doesn't really want to admit that his mom is hitting him, and he probably lives there, so he'll get kicked out. She'll pawn his PS5, and he's cooked.
Red mark here?
Yeah, feel that.
Yeah, how'd that
happen? Yeah, she's just feeling herself everywhere.
What's going on? Another problem, huh?
Do you know me?
I do know you.
Okay, cool. Well, I don't know you because I'm an alcoholic and I forget. And it's been a lot of years.
For what?
Since you saw me.
It's literally been like probably 4 months.
Like I said, come here, let me smell your breath. And she's like, no, I don't need to show you anything. And I'm trying to calm her down. Don't touch me. I'm sick of you. It's not good enough for you. I'm like, what? And she's like talking about the money because she went to Walmart with 3 iPhones to sell to an Eco ATM. Yeah. I was supposed to come with her. One to moderate.
Eco ATM. Oh!
Her. She obviously came back drunk and inebriated out of her mind.
All right, f*** you. It's been more than 4 months because I used to live on Prairie.
I know. I saw you on Prairie.
I just bought this house, and don't you dare tell.
Well, Steve, the other $400 from the $450, the other $400 is spent on like meth, booze, lotto tickets, shit like that.
You've been here.
I've never. Oh, I was literally here 2 days ago.
Okay, because my son, my nemesis, this is not cool.
And I'm just trying to hold her, and I'm hugging her. I'm like, stop! And I'm squeezing.
Look at how this kid has to be the parent for this drunken mom, and this is a mistake, kid. This whole thing is a mess.
Her, I want her to stop. I mean, I probably shouldn't have done that because she's drunk. She doesn't understand. She starts touching. Yeah, I don't know, dude. It starts screaming and doing this whole scene where she's like sitting on the table.
All right.
Okay. You can flip me off all you want. You can tell me to go.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I know you don't. So get the.
No, I'm not.
You're not what?
I'm not getting out.
All right, I'm going to ask you to leave my premises. I'm going to ask you to leave my premises. I'm going to ask you because you openly admitted you don't care. I'm calling the police.
I am the police.
I know you are.
She's calling the police again. What are you doing? Hey, what are you doing?
I'm calling the police again. He openly admitted he doesn't care.
Okay.
That's illegal to not care.
All right, here, let's go. I just told my dispatch.
Get the f away from me.
I'm not. What do you want done?
Nothing. I don't want anything done. I want her to go back inside and
go to sleep.
I'm not pressing any charges or anything. It's my mom.
Admitted he doesn't care. He is the police, and he doesn't give a fuck.
I do.
You do not.
So yes, this does look. As you can see, this was some type of duplex. Sometimes these government houses and stuff are actually pretty nice. I have a feeling that might be what that is here, or some type of subsidized thing. Sometimes these are pretty nice, actually, or at least just not terribly shitty. And again, we're talking about the white areas. This ain't the hood.
I care about him.
Are you kidding me?
Relax.
No, he just said, I'm in your house. Okay. I don't give a f. I do know you. I do know you and your son's problems, and you don't give a f. Go f lick a you f***ing lick motherfucker.
Jeanette, go back inside, please.
No.
Please.
No.
Messing nice.
Mom, you're gonna lose your job.
I don't give a f about my job. He's a fucking motherfucker. You want to lick my
What is going on right now?
Oh my god. Oh my god. See this, guys? This is where we need a little bit of the Eastern European or Arab culture just to smash this woman in the face for acting like this, because that's the only way this will stop. It takes a lot of patience to be a cop to deal with this, but you know what I mean? Like, this is as assaulting as it gets. Yeah, the father is definitely nowhere to be found because, you know, he's not going to lick her clam like that. You know, it's disgusting down there. Yeah, zippy zappy time. That would sober her up. She did have a smile on her face. She does love the attention. Yeah, she does definitely lacks logic. No father and or husband around. Yeah, just get the pepper spray out at this point. That would be good.
Back up.
Touch me again.
Back up.
Touch me again. Video this.
You're spitting in my face. First of all, you're spitting in my face.
I'm not spitting.
You
in
are
anyone's
spitting.
Face.
Notice how she's acting like a man, kind of.
I was about to say she's incredibly masculine.
Yeah.
Video this shit.
You back up.
Video it, you motherfucking racist.
Go back inside.
Motherfucking sexist mother.
Sexist. Oh my god. Look at this cop over here. He's like, what the hell is this?
Pig!
Wow, you are. How old
I'm
are
not
you?
going I'm 50. Where the f are you?
Hey, you better act like you're 50.
You all.
Oh, will you?
I will.
Okay, stop. I'm totally scared of you.
He's so scared. I'll video this shit.
We're videoing it. We have body cams. We're videoing the whole thing.
Video it. He's a fucking punk.
What's this?
He's a fucking punk. He sexually harassed me in my house. You got that video?
No.
See how comfortable they are with just lying, throwing you under the bus, assuming you're an idiot, everyone around. Yeah. This is definitely true. This is one of the greatest moments ever watching someone. This is actually kind of nice. She is doing a. So, do you think a guy could just go up and do that? No, it's got to be old drunk 304. I do admit that was pretty cool. Some fantasy just saying, you know, lick my clit, you pig, or you know, whatever. That is actually kind of cool. I had her mother like this. She's not as bad, but she's crazy biatch though. They always do that for the inside of a heated argument or debate. They turn into something sexual or like you want to do something sexual to them. If you imagine what that thing probably smells like. Oh yeah. It smells like a mix of like rotted vinaigrette salad dressing with mixed with Jack Daniels. It's bad down there, man. It's bad. Yeah, it's like a kind of like a rotten vinaigrette, and maybe probably smells like some type of like melted plastic. It's freaking disgusting down there.
Maybe the Atlantic Ocean too.
Well, at least that would get some salt and saline to help, you know, kill some germs in there. You know, she needs to douche with she needs to like douche with gasoline or something. Yeah, this guy's smelling freaking menthol lights, Jack Daniels, White Zinfandel. Some truckers come, you know, her BO, her snatch, everything. It is not good. Yep, she pulled out the SA card when it was convenient. In a blatant lie. He wouldn't even have time to do anything in there. They weren't even in there that long. This woman's made a lot of bad decisions in her life. Yeah. Alcohol can do this, guys. She said, what did she say? She's been an alcoholic for a long time. The son's an alcoholic. Alcohol is dangerous, guys. It really is. 2-week-old cod. Oh yeah, that's definitely what it's like. Yeah, definitely.
Cod cavern.
Fish and piss baking in the sun all day. Ugh. Yeah. Oh man, that's the worst one yet. We'll leave that one up.
Okay.
You got that video?
It's right here.
You got that video?
I do.
Okay, get the away from me.
You keep walking towards
away from me.
You keep walking towards me.
It's okay. I'm here. Jeanette, work. Can you get her inside?
He f***ing sexually harassed me in my house.
She wants him to sexually harass her.
In my f***ing house.
Nettie?
I want to video it. What's your name, officer?
Officer Machuga.
Okay, Officer Machuga. He f***ing sexually harassed me in my house. That's why I came out here.
Okay. What we'll do is review the body cam.
What are you?
Come here. Come here.
What?
Jeanette.
A woman's not attracted to you?
What are you talking about?
Get the f*** away from me.
You walk towards
Get
me.
the f*** away.
Jeanette, please go inside.
Come on,
please.
in the house.
Pretty please.
You're in job.
What are we doing?
Work.
We're going to bed.
I'm not going to bed.
And we're gonna do whatever it is you were gonna do before.
You get the f*** out.
He's Jeanette.
Get the f*** out.
Not.
You're a
What does he want?
I'm not doing anything.
You're a f***ing. I'm this I'm this
Yeah.
You want to do it?
Come on.
Come on, I'm gonna keep doing it.
Come on, Jeanette.
I don't care what you do.
Come on.
I know you know, because you're f***ing
Okay.
Come on, Matt.
She's lovely. I just enjoy coming and seeing her every time. That's every single time. It's like this.
Oh, you've been here multiple times?
Not here. I've been every other house that she's lived in, and it's the same every time.
Am I allowed to know what happened? Can you guys tell me?
Honestly, it was just like an argument. Yeah, she got up in his face and whatnot. And it sounds like he was sleeping and she woke him up.
No,
Hey!
Oh, there we go. It's time. It's time. It's time.
All right, video this. Video this. It's not right.
It's gonna be
We're
easier.
trying to arrest her.
Who's 50 saying, dude, it's not right and stuff? It's just, I don't get what this language is, dude, bro, and stuff. It's not for women that are 50. It's just not.
Wait! Get out of the house! Video this!
Hey, I'm videoing. I'm videoing.
I am not doing anything wrong!
I'm videoing.
Video!
Oh.
Video? What the f*** are you doing?
I am. I'm videoing it.
Video!
I'm videoing
Video!
it.
What the
Stop.
Okay, I'll get
anything better.
Video them!
Stop, Mom.
Video them!
It is.
Okay, we're
everyone's
videoing.
videoing.
Here,
Let
let go of the
go
watch.
of me!
Let go of the watch.
Let go of me!
Stop.
I'm in
Let go of the
bed!
watch.
I need medication!
Then sit up.
No!
Then sit up.
Let go of my watch!
And now you got me bleeding. That's nice.
Oh, it's cool. You're like...
Just look at this idiot. Oh my god. And this is probably 11 in the morning or some shit too. Like a Thursday.
feel sorry for you.
195.
Call police!
Here.
Call somebody!
You need your.
Call them! No, call Channel 9, dude! This is wrong! I didn't do anything!
Yeah, you pushed right through me into him.
Off!
Whoa.
I didn't hit him!
You pushed right into me inside my body cam.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding. You can
Are
watch
you
your body
kidding
cam
me?
report.
I begged you.
You walked up and pushed right into
I
me.
begged you!
So when someone's drunk like this, you kind of just need to not engage with them and interact with them.
To fucking stop your officer!
You verbally. Jeanette's daughter. Oh God, she's gonna be lovely. She's in her pajamas, of course. So that's what I'm telling you guys. This is some type of Section 8 housing somewhere else.
So I'm doing it, bullshit he was doing.
No one did anything. We just asked you to go inside.
Call the police, man.
This is the police.
Call
This
the
is-
news.
Okay, they're
Call
on.
the news.
Oh, we got to call 3NN News.
Hey, man. You're gonna go for domestic too. Go.
Call the news. Call the news.
Just take her, guys.
Call the news. Are you serious? Take me? No. No.
Right.
No.
Matt,
Bus conference.
No.
Do we have
I will
another
not
unit
go.
en route?
No. I have to go to work tomorrow. F- you.
no.
Dude, I'll lose my f***ing job.
I told you about your job in the house.
Are you kidding?
She just called one of them the N-word. And you know this broad uses a hard R for sure.
Kidding me? My daughter is unmedicated and weird.
I'm taking good care of your daughter.
Are you kidding me? Just watch them beat the out of me.
We didn't do anything. We put you in handcuffs. You were fighting.
Okay, and now I'm going to jail. Did I do something to go to jail?
Yeah. Pushed off this officer, then pushed into me.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. It's on body cam. All right, stand up. You're going to jail. Let's go.
I'm not going to jail.
You're absolutely going to jail.
I'm not going to jail.
You guys call an ambulance?
No, it's other officers.
Oh, no.
I want an ambulance. I'm an asthmatic because I didn't do shit.
You want the ambulance now?
Yeah.
She in our face, went inside, came storming back out, like pushed me out.
Yeah,
pushed
I
into
stormed.
Paramedics are gonna come here.
Don't touch me.
Here,
Don't.
we can stay just like that.
Oh, I'm so offensive. I'm gonna stand up, you mother. Wow, you're a piece of. You're a gray mother.
I am a gray mother.
I have a right to stand up.
I got my finger cut, by the way. She's under arrest. She requested an ambulance. She said, I don't know. She's got some cuts on her hands, I guess. What do you need an ambulance for?
I don't need.
What do you need? They're here. What do you need them for? You wanted them.
Dude,
what do you need them for?
Oh.
I'm not. What do you need them for?
She's got a couple.
Explain to
She's
the
got a
officers
scratch.
what I need an ambulance for.
I just walked up. You
I've
tell me.
been beat and I've been bruised and I've been battered and I'm bound.
You want to go to the hospital?
No, I want you to mark every bit and bruise in my body,
Okay.
including my hands. Keep hitting women, dude. Keep hitting women. That makes you strong. You want to arm wrestle? I'll f***ing cut you up.
I don't even know what that means.
It means I'll beat you. Where are you? What?
You got to go down to the station. We got
Why?
to do some paperwork. Just have a
I
seat.
thought I was under arrest.
You're under arrest. You're in handcuffs.
For what?
Sit down. We'll talk about it when we get to the station.
Yeah, I don't want to see her stupid drunken face anymore, but we got this one right here. And guess what? It's the three amigos. Oh, look at these dunderheads right here. This is bad. When three sisters buy a $13 pizza from a gas station, they only pay $12. What the heck is going on, man? You better be high if you're eating gas station pizza or working construction and just getting something quick to eat. This is going to be bad. I mean, look at the size of these. It's just insane. Make sure I'm sharing the right one here. Yeah, Red Door's right. There's no point reason to argue with a drunk. That's for sure. Yeah, storming Buffalo. Good. I'm glad you said that too. I want you guys to look at this. So this woman right here on the right is what I like to call water buffalo titties. They're just the titty of the water buffalo, just completely, just huge, just huge.
Land whale right there.
Yeah, land whale. Yeah. Well, I go water buffalo because we know she can't swim. Oh! He's more like the water buffalo. So let's check this one out, and then we may get into a more serious topic after this. So we'll keep it light. Thanks for being here, guys. I appreciate it. I'm building the channel up. I'm putting out some other videos, and I'm going to come back and clip some of these and just keep getting better at this YouTube game. Feel free to call in. I'll repost the StreamYard thing. You guys are welcome to come in and chime in if you'd like to.
$13 pizza from a gas station. They only pay $12. Police are then called over the dispute.
Okay, well, give me my $12 back because I don't want the pizza. It's already paid for. It's already made. I don't want it.
Do you have your ID, man?
I'm not giving you my ID. What you got to pay? You got to pay $1. Is y'all going to give me my $12?
I'm not giving you anything.
Oh, my God. Look at that.
What the hell is that?
That is like it's a gunt, but it's like it's just bad. How do you have sex with this either, too, man? Like, you guys know I like I'm down with a little bit of a hefty B-dub, maybe the middle girl, but these other ones are just it's like bestiality at that point when you bang something like this.
Could they give me my $12 back? I don't want.
I don't believe that they can because the pizza was made.
That don't make.
So do you want your pizza?
I don't want the pizza.
You can file a civil suit against them for $12.
$12?
I'm saying.
I'm not from down here. I don't know what's going on. Where's your supervisor?
I am the supervisor.
Okay, so why can't you make them give her $12 back?
Because this is a civil interaction, is what it is. It's not a theft.
It's not a civil.
Their pizza.
Either motherfucker gotta get that $12 to my sister, or it's gonna be that. You tell me that the pizza is $11.99, $12. You don't tell me about it, don't charge the fee. I tell you, it's gonna be ready in 20 minutes. Come back in 20 minutes. You owe me $1.
This is all over $1.
Are you
Yeah, it's $1.
What? It don't even matter. It don't matter about the dollar. I want my $12 back.
Hear how just loud they are. God damn. I'm actually kind of hoping the cop just goes in and pays $1 and said, can you just get the fuck out of here? You know what I mean? And by the way, how you deal with these type of people, if you want them to go away, you get a piece of pizza or the smokes or something, you get it, and you have to treat them like a dog and just freaking throw it, and they'll go after it.
Do you want them to leave?
Yes, please. Thank you. I want my $12 back. I don't want.
B-dub at the cash register too. Just look at this wrecking crew here, guys.
Okay.
It's the principle of the situation that's on my gift. Ain't no deal.
You can have your pizza.
I don't want that pizza.
Then you need to leave.
Then you need to give me my $12.
I'm not giving you anything. You need to leave or you'll be under arrest for trespassing.
Ain't nobody trespassing.
I know. You are now being told to leave.
You're now being trespassed. So get out.
I swear to God, let's just say I tell it. Y'all,
Oh my God. Now it's racist. Okay. It's bad. And again, guys, this is a part of, I think I've made the title is The Western Mind Cooked. The Western body is cooked too, guys. You know, I want you to take a look around the scene here. We have 3 fat B-dubs here, but this store is a summary of America, okay? It really is. 3 B-dubs arguing over $1. I actually feel bad they just don't have the dollar. We're not talking about a lot here. But this picture encapsulates so much. You have, what do you have here? Lottery tickets, okay? What do you have here? Fat pig. He probably is a racist cop, but whatever. We'll let it ride. But then what I want you to also pay attention to, what do we have here? Junk. Nothing in this store has any nutritional value. These are functionally dead foods, empty calories. And you can get cigarettes and beer and lotto and dead food. It's all goy slop in here. It's not good for you. It's where your money goes and you get addicted to it. These people are addicted to this gas. They're not going to get pizza from the gas station because it's good. They're going because there's an internal drive for them to just go and eat that gas station food because it's close. And they're maybe high. And affordable, yeah. And they're maybe high or something like that. They're probably not even getting gas. I don't know if they have a car, or if they have power scooters, or however they're rolling here.
Don't you push on me. Get out of the way.
You're under arrest. Under arrest.
Oh, is that her thong there?
Ugh.
You're under arrest.
What is this, man? Oh my God, man. Oh my God. Oh my God. What is Emoji Mister saying? I really wonder if they all got locked up and put inside the squad car. Will the car move it, or the shocks just give out and the brakes stop working? Will all the light turn? Yeah. So the dashboard will light up like a Christmas tree. Yeah. No, they're gonna actually need like a special trailer for these 304s. They're gonna need 2 paddy wagons. They need like I think those vans, I think they're 2500 HD, but they might need to go to the 3500 for these biggins. It's bad.
She needs a double.
I don't
cup.
think you could even fit two of them in a cop car. And you're right, it might bottom out the suspension on that. You know, this is really bad. It's fatigue, not racism. Emoji, I need a flatbed truck for. Yeah, we're gonna need a crane. It's gonna be bad. I don't think they can reach behind their back to put the cuffs on. So they hey guys, they ain't wiping their ass and cleaning in there. Just they can't physically reach it or do it. So I don't know how they live like that. Yeah, they can roll in the back of a dump truck. They need a 5-ton. Hey, can you mute when you're doing that? Delo or Delato?
What's up?
Can you mute if you're like spraying your sink and stuff?
Oh yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, okay, thank you. A crane with lifting straps, yeah, but a heavy duty crane. Yeah. There is something that I was going to say that could be racist, but I'm not going to say it this time. Let's continue on.
Under arrest. Get off. Get off. Police officers. You're under arrest. You are getting where you are going to jail. Or you want to be released. You want to get back, right? Get back.
Just look at the chaos these people are causing over $1. You know what I mean? It's bad.
Gas station pizza.
Yeah, and look at this guy. He doesn't want to do this, but he's just got to kind of roll with it. Oh!
Oh, shit.
Turn around. Walk. Get my car right now. Let go. You're going to get charged with obstructing. You are under arrest also. No, I'm not. Everybody's under arrest. Go, bro. Walk to the car. Walk to the car. Walk to the car. Do you want to go to the ground? Go to jail, bro. Bro, get back. Back up. Back it up right now. Right now. Stop moving. Right now. Right now. Stop touching me. Let me go. Oh my God, bro. We need more. Officers down here. Oh my God, bro. Back right now. Get my stuff. Get my stuff. Get my stuff. Get my stuff. Bro, stand up. Bro, let me stand up, please. Okay, you're sitting in my car. I'm getting very irritated. Bro. Stand up. You're getting in my car. Yeah. Turn around. You have my phone? Passenger side of my car. Oh my God, bro, this is bro, for real. Then y'all just want to.
You hear some simp saying it's racist?
Stand me on the ground, like, bro. Yes, you hit me in the face because you got my sister, bro. If she would obey, she'd be walking out the police department in 15 minutes. Now you're going to jail. Record this. Record this. You put your hands on me. She did.
What is that? Some type of mole or piercing, or I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
And I didn't even do it.
Oh, that's some sort of bump or
Is that a thing, guys, that the beat-ups do, is get some type of new piercing there?
It's either something on her lip or it's maybe a
tag,
tongue
or I
ring
don't know what that is. Herpes. Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Supposed to be touching. What the fuck? Like, come on now, bro. Then he just slammed me on the ground, gang. And he hurt my fucking neck, bro. What the fuck? You're not even supposed to be touching me. You a hoe.
See how manly she's acting? It's just not good.
Dude, you a hoe, dude. You're not even supposed to be touching me.
And by the way, this woman probably can't even get up. You know what I mean? You could just leave her there. She might not actually physically be able to get up.
Nope, she'd be stuck there for a while.
Yeah, yeah. You know how she commutes around too? A power scoot whore. Oh!
To your side.
I'm getting up. I ain't resisting anything. You might think you're supposed to touch me. You push me.
Nobody. You're up. Yeah, let's go. Get up on your knees.
Let me stand up. Let my arms go.
Get up.
Y'all touching
She
on
did
me.
get up on her own.
This shit is so fucking stupid and retarded, bro. What the fuck? Y'all need to take these handcuffs off.
Walk to that car. No. Walk to that car.
We're absolutely not taking him. You can call your lawyer.
Make sure they know. I'm in the middle of.
Another reason, you know, we're cooked too is notice they're saying bro when no one is there.
Yeah, like
Go
all the
back
time.
to that.
Walk to that car. No. Walk to that car.
We're absolutely not taking him. You can call your lawyer.
Make sure they.
So that was her underwear.
That car. No.
That I think that just look at this. This isn't a muffin top. This is like an entire bread loaf top. This is like a freaking no. This is a 55-gallon drum top.
No joke.
It's bigger than a 55-gallon drum. But I think this buckled down near. I think it's twisted, but I think that needed to go up over there more. And that was a like a one-piece suit that she then put these spandex pants over. But I want you to pay attention to when this woman, the broccoli-headed purple 304, if she notice how she's saying, bro, I don't know what they did to me, bro. Who is she talking to? That's showing how cooked that we are, that they think that they're on social media all the time. In this case, they kind of were being recorded, but they don't know that.
We're absolutely not taking him. You can call your lawyer.
Make sure they know. I'm in the middle of a injury lawsuit, and he pushed me.
Diabetes is not an injury.
So I did put my hands on. Then you just slammed me on the ground, bro. What the fuck? You trying to put your neck in my knee?
Who's she talking to?
What's your name? Get all their name. What's all their name?
Jesus. This is like mutant level stuff here, guys.
Have a seat. Sit down, please. Sit down in the car. Sit down in the car. Sit down in the car. Get in the car.
I am in the car.
You're gonna get all in. Sit down.
Like, what the fuck? Like, this is stupid, bro. He should have just told me something. Okay, you know you got to pay $1 fee. He didn't even say all that, bro.
This is all over $1.
Oh, cool. I didn't know that.
Don't even matter. He pushed me.
Get in the car now.
Get him. He pushed me.
Get in the car. Get in the car.
He the one that pushed me.
Back up in the car. Yeah, after you hit me in the face. Yeah, you're right. Just step back.
Don't touch me.
You can record. Just step back there.
Don't touch me.
I'm not going to touch you. I'm not going to touch you. Just step back. Back up in the car.
Get in the car.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
I'm not going to touch you. Put your foot out of the way.
Don't touch.
Move your leg. She going to? Criminal damage, see if she's damaged anything? Was anything damaged?
She just knocked all the shit up. I'm gonna pick it up.
Do you want her charged with criminal damage?
Yes.
All right, 95. 95?
What?
All right, you're under arrest also.
I'm not under arrest.
You're under arrest.
Don't touch me. KK! KK!
Thanks, Keyshawn. Appreciate it, man.
Don't touch me.
Put your hands behind your back.
I'm not under arrest.
Yes, you are. We're telling you right now, you are.
Don't
For criminal damage to property.
KK! Don't touch me! Don't touch me!
Do not kick right now. Take your leave.
Hands behind your back.
Put your hands behind
You
your back.
stepping on my glasses.
What?
I need my
Hands
glasses.
behind your back.
Can I have my glasses?
Yes, ma'am.
I can't see without my glasses.
I can't see without my glasses.
We'll get your glass.
Can I have my plate?
Let's get you up. Roll to your side. Roll to your side. And then roll to your side.
No, I cannot. My side hurt. I'm in the middle of the law for. I just got out of an accident.
Okay.
I'm suing the out of y'all.
We're gonna help you get up.
So this is a good point here. I kind of think they didn't just have the other dollar and they were embarrassed about it or something like that. Oh, sorry guys, there's two people here. I didn't see you guys in there. My bad. I kind of don't think
it's because we black, bro. It's because we black.
Yeah. I kind of think they didn't have the extra dollar or something. So, this whole thing is very petty. I'm not saying the cop should have given them the dollar. I think that's wrong, but it kind of would have just diffused the situation.
Yeah.
Just say, just get out of here. Because look at all the trouble and this chaos and paperwork and all that. Really, the gas station attendant really should have said, I would not want to piss these three B-dubs off.
Yeah.
So
they'll just take the pizza. Just take it. It's on the house.
Yeah.
And I've said this many times. I was the kind of guy, growing up, I didn't know how to walk away or back down. And I didn't know how to walk away from a fight. And I didn't know how to de-escalate. And, and it served me well, growing up in a housing project. But once you get to the point to where there comes a point in time when you outgrow that. And now you have stuff to lose. And once it got to my thick head that, I got stuff to lose. I then adopted the mentality that if you can write a small check to avoid a headache, not necessarily a big headache, but just a headache. If you can write a small check, write the small check. And I've done that. I've broken off someone 5, 10, 15, 20, just to have them go away. Because at the end of the day, I can make that back in 5,
it saves
10.
time and energy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, but one thing, I was just waiting when she was on the ground and I was just waiting for her to say, "Don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm mad." I wanted to.
Yeah.
I thought she was gonna hulk out.
Yeah. But it's good because he brings up a good point. It's difficult too because these women don't know how to de-escalate in a situation. They don't know how to de-escalate it. Oh,
but here's the thing. Here's the problem with women, and we've seen it time and time again. I just need to feel like I won, or they always got to win. And another lesson, and this is a real sign of maturity. And I think a lot of men internalize this. We don't need to win every battle because we're focused on winning the war. And sometimes you take a strategic loss for a bigger win. They call it a pawn sacrifice for a reason.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not gonna be so serious now.
Yeah.
I'll get off my soapbox.
No. And hey, Esars, how you doing, man? You were in the other time, and I didn't really acknowledge you, so I want to make sure I did.
What's up, Snowboard? Congratulations on the channel. I did. I just wanted to come in here and enjoy this whale fest. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is crazy. These people are like mutants. They're so goddamn big.
I mean, and the women.
They're huge.
The women, I don't understand. Like, I haven't had many interactions with these dudes. The dudes that come in the uniforms. How do these women act like this? And I'm just saying, where is the level of any level of personal restraint? Like, whoa.
Well, look how much personal restraint can you have when you that effing big?
Well, I mean, you weren't here. You weren't here when it was the drunk lady. Oh my! Oh my!
Yeah, that was just a few minutes ago. Yeah, she was really nasty.
That was unbelievable. And how did it take so long to arrest this? That's weird.
Well,
these women can get away. They can get away with that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, there's two things. They do have freedom of speech, and they have body cams on, so they can't just cut to the chase. They got to be kind of judicial, I guess.
They were being pretty lenient with her too.
Yeah.
Until she charged the officers.
Right, but as a dude, right? We gotta have to admit, like we can't get away with that.
Oh, absolutely
not.
not.
Not even a quarter of that.
Hell no.
Not even a fraction.
Not even a fraction. And what, like, so we know it, and they know that they can get away with it. It's just fucking weird.
Well, how many times have we seen or heard scenarios where a woman escalates, waiting for someone to come save her? She does it because she thinks and she expects someone to come rescue her. And here's the sad part with these chicks: there is a whole bunch of idiots out there who will still stick their thing in those things.
Yeah, it's
so sad and
it's
pathetic.
really astounding. Yeah.
Don't
touch me. I call that water buffalo titties. That's how they
Dude, those titties are just that's out of control. That biggin, the biggin there. Woo.
All of them were just insane.
I don't want you to touch me.
Get up.
Don't touch me.
Then get up.
Don't touch me. Don't push me. I'm not giving you anything. He put his hands on me. He pushed me to the ground. Supervisor standing right there. Don't touch me.
What's that? Come on, daughter. Can I talk to her? You talk to her at the police department, okay? She hit me very.
You should have been doing that years ago, buddy.
Oh,
she did.
Where
Yes.
are you?
Diamond, come on, bro. You better get an aggravated police.
Diamond. Wow.
But listen to him. But listen how you talk. No wonder.
Yeah.
It's a felony, gang. Y'all out here tweaking, bro.
All right, we're gonna get you up to your feet, okay?
I don't want y'all to touch me. Don't touch me.
Have to help you. You gotta
Please
get up.
don't touch me.
All right, then get up.
Don't touch me. Y'all gonna be here for all day. Don't touch me.
Well, that's not gonna happen. We need you to get up.
Don't touch me.
All right, let's pick her up.
Do not touch me.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Don't touch
Stand
me.
up. Stand up. Pick your legs
Don't
up.
touch me. Don't touch me. Let me go.
Stop pulling. You're getting more charges.
Let me go. I don't want you touching me. Don't let me go.
Doesn't matter. You get what you get.
Let me go. And where's my blade?
I got them right here.
Put them on my face so I can see. Let me go.
Nope. It's in the car. Oh, you don't have a cage? Nope. He doesn't have a cage. Can we put him in one of your cars? She'll be all right.
Where's my blade?
All right, I got your glasses. Take them with me.
Kevin, but you put my glasses on my face. That's all I'm asking.
There's a earpiece missing. Was it missing?
Y'all broke my f***ing glasses.
Just Vaseline her up and push her in.
Yeah. Well, what my preferred method is, what I have to do is I have to put like a ratchet strap over the fat and ratchet it back. That's what you have to kind of do. You have to use some type of, ratchet strapping method.
Well, they are pretty ratchet, so I guess.
Yeah. Oh.
We'll get you in here, get the MTs over, we'll get those handcuffs off you. Figure
And
this
I need
out.
my glasses. I can't see.
Yeah, I got your glasses right here.
Y'all broke my damn glasses.
Yeah, they're broken, that's for sure. Though your piece looks like it's broken. We're gonna go this way.
I need to get them fixed. Walmart can fix it. Y'all broke.
Step out. Follow me. Tristan said he's your dad. He's your stepdad? Okay. I know Tristan. Tristan's a good guy. All right, so I don't have to put you in the cell because you've calmed down for me. I'm just going to have you sit right here. Just hang out in here. I'll be back with you in a few minutes, okay? Step out, please.
No, I'm not getting out the car until another cop is here.
Perfect. Hey, other cop. Step out of the car, please.
Can you get another cop, please?
Another cop. How many cops do you need? Here's another one, too. You got 3 now. 4? 4 enough?
One cop for every 100 pounds.
All right, step on out then. You got 4 of them here.
There's no 4 people here.
3, 4.
I don't see the other person, too.
Oh, it's about to be 5. Come on, I'm asking you nicely. Let's stop playing
Okay,
games.
and I'm telling you nicely, too, sir.
Well,
You didn't even have to touch me from the beginning.
Look how thick her neck is.
Yes,
She has limited field of vision.
Yeah.
How many necks? There's multiple necks I see.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of necks and rolls. Yeah. C-Grip, I was saying she had a 55-gallon drum muffin top.
Oh.
It's like a barrel of a 55-gallon drum, and then there's just like a muffin top. It's like, you know how that's like a busted biscuit can? This is like a commercial baking busted biscuit 55-gallon biscuit bucket thing.
Look, I'm just thinking about that bodysuit, that onesie, and I'm like, no, that wasn't. Man, that's probably like a string bikini on her ass. I'm like,
yeah. So Keyshawn brings up a good point. Wait for it, guys. She can't breathe. Yeah. So the amount of time. So there's been a new study that's come out. Is the amount of time someone takes. Yeah, we can tell this to Matt here, banned by X. So there's a new study out that's saying like the amount of time, or I'm coining it, but it's going to have it's going to be a new mathematical equation, basically. The amount of time in which someone has cuffs on to the point where they cannot breathe is now going to be called Floyd's Law. Come on now.
No, I'm with you, dude. Makes sense.
It's so good, but so evil at the same time. Man. Come on.
Hey, it's not me, it's science. But when you have cuffs on in a car like that, you get nervous and you can't breathe.
Especially when you're that much overweight, too.
Well, she can't breathe.
She can't breathe. She can't breathe with cuffs off.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Yeah.
She didn't even get her one slice of pizza.
Yeah. No,
she's starving right now.
Yeah.
Nice and cool in here. You can step right up that way. She's still not wanting to cooperate, so.
I have to do what?
I would ask you to step up here, please. Right where that door just opened. Thank you. Okay, come on in.
Have you ever noticed that some of these people, they literally have to hold their arms out in front of them because their fat rolls, like, are like, it's like
T-Rex
like a
arms.
rest. Yeah, it's like a
T-Rex
shooting
arms.
rest for their arms.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
it is. Yeah, they can put food on it, plates on it, and stuff like that. But this is what Seagrith was talking about. That went down below the clam up here, and this is the great view I was talking about. This is a 55-gallon drum muffin top.
Yeah.
Damn.
I'm just sick to my stomach just thinking what that smells like.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Please, no.
It's oh my god, man! It smells like cheese, burning plastic, rotted vinaigrette salad dressing,
spoiled meat.
Yeah, adult diaper rash. Yeah, it's like if you had old roast beef that you let sit in the sun. You ever have a roast beef and cod sandwich? I haven't, but that's what that smells like. You just left that out in the sun, and you had put a nice vinaigrette salad dressing on it, but that just baked in the sun too. It's bad down there. Remember, she can't clean it down there.
Nope.
How do you clean down there? You sit and go through a car wash and put your gash up to the thing? You can't.
She needs a hose with a nozzle on it.
Yeah, it's bad.
Plus where that officer's standing, right in front of that open door for me. Take your handcuffs off. Are we gonna be cool?
I don't feel comfortable with you taking my handcuffs off. Could you start letting other people do it, please?
Oh, you want other people to do it? Me? You want me to take them off?
You're
take them off.
Okay, yes, that's fine.
I'm not real comfortable with you guys right now either because I got punched in the head. So
yeah, and I got pushed to the ground
after hitting officers, but we're not going to argue about it. It's okay. That's what happens when you fight with the police. Have a seat in there. Do you have her name? No. What's your name?
I'm not giving.
All right, cool. Okay, then you will go to Henry County Jail. Absolutely.
One suspect, Nikita, was charged with felony aggravated battery to a police officer, obstructing, resisting, and criminal damage under $500. The second suspect, Kiana, was charged with felony aggravated battery to a police officer, obstructing, and resisting. The third suspect, Diamond, was charged with felony aggravated battery to a police officer, obstructing, and resisting. They are all innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
Sometimes the smallest number on a police report.
Yeah.
So one thing that blows my mind is, you see all of these activists and they run around and they say that, that there's no justice for Black people and that the justice system is disproportionately hard on them. had they pulled those same games up in the rural area where I lived, I guarantee you there would be no slaps on the wrist. I guarantee you that in assaulting any of those officers, they would have gotten the maximum amount of time. And it's such it's so crazy to me how much that issue is misrepresented, because you go and you do those crimes in more rural communities, and there are no breaks for you.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? It's exactly like exactly how Black Lives Matter, how they talk about this issue. It's exactly the opposite of that. Do you get the dynamic that I'm trying to like identify?
Yeah.
Because
also, if they were men, they wouldn't have been treated with any of that patience either.
Right?
They got pretty wild.
No, the police officers wouldn't have been talking to them like they were simple.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
And I actually think, I actually think it's the dynamic of inner city judges, or judges from like the urban communities, that give these people a chance after chance after chance, a bite at the apple after bite at the apple. It teaches them.
You mean bite after pizza after bite after pizza?
No, but I mean, of all types, thin and thick. Like there are no consequences in urban America anymore for these criminals because of the judges that they face, right? And so it teaches them to expect leniency regardless of the violence that's committed during their crimes, and this makes them even more violent,
emboldened,
right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, also look at this: how much you want to bet all of them on some form of public assistance?
Well, and how much do you want to bet that probably all of them have had prior run-ins with the law, and probably they're on probation? That's the bigger part. Probably all of them are on probation.
Yeah.
I just saw a story about I think there's like another YouTuber that I watch, and he's from New York City. And he always details like these crimes that occur inside American cities. And
that's like, Jordan, right?
No. He always makes fun of the Young Turks. Give me a minute.
Jimmy Dore.
No, well, Jimmy Dore is on the Young Turks. This guy makes fun.
No, Jimmy Dore is not on the Young Turks anymore.
I think he used to be, though, right?
He used to be, yeah. I saw him do stand up not too long ago. I actually hung out with him for a little bit. And his wife left the Young Turks too. His wife is also a comedian who's not really that bad, not great, but she was on his show too. He actually has a pretty good show with some of the panel members are kind of annoying sometimes, but sometimes they're pretty good. He at least is trying to actually do. He is a little bit funny, but it's also he's trying to do like a decent like news broadcast in a sense. Even though he is a comedian, but some of the stuff is so messed up. He really when the cough came around, really started to become more
conservative.
Conservative, yeah. You know who is becoming conservative too from there? The Anna Kasparian.
Yes.
She's like my little like Russian or Argentine or Armenian doll now. She's a freak. Yeah, but she is starting to become more practical like that. But I think she still has a long ways to go. But
like she kind of I'm not so sure about her. Like, I almost think that she's sort of like a grifter in
she
some
could
ways.
grift. Yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah.
But I think that at certain points, like she has the capability to like be rational, where some of these where some of these leftists just are totally out to lunch. You know what I mean? Like Anna Kasparian, I remember. She had like an epiphany when she was like assaulted in in New York City or Los Angeles by a homeless man. And then when she brought that up, that she was that like this assault went way beyond just a physical assault, like she started to be castigated by the leftists saying, well, but you know, you're an attractive white woman and you can't be a victim. And that's when she really fractured from the hardcore ideological left. Do you know what I mean? That's when she was like, wait a minute. Like, what are you talking about? Do you know what I mean? Like, that's when like the common sense part of her started to deviate from, you know, the BS. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
God,
well,
I cannot.
It deviated, but she's still a deviant. Oh!
On the baby, and she's, you know, in tears.
We'll check.
God, where is this channel?
This is Midwest Safety that I think we're watching right now. We're covering dark stuff. Maybe we'll, after this video, it's not very long, we'll maybe move on to something a little more philosophical or a bit different pace.
She's just bawling. I'm like, ma'am, is everything all right? And she's like, no, this lady picked up my baby and just threw him in the water. I'm like, oh, shit. I'm like, do you know her? Like, no. I'm like, can your baby swim? She's like, no, my baby's a baby. She just picked him up and threw him with no regard. I'm like, that seems weird.
Wow.
The lady in question was actually talking to my 10-year-old. My son walks up to me and I'm like, hey man, is everything okay? She's like, no, the lady took Kai's goggles and she kind of threw him in the deep end. So I just asked her politely, I said, man, where you go get those goggles? You know, my son can't swim. Oh, he can swim. I'm like, no ma'am, he can't. I'm his dad. I wouldn't know if he could swim or not. She grabbed him, she took him, and she threw him out of the pool across the field. And she's like, you go get him. I'm like, okay. You go to leave. She gets out the pool. She kind of gets up in my face. She's like, I don't see what the problem is. I'm like, you don't see what the problem is? Picking up a complete stranger's baby and throwing him into the pool? She's like, well, he ain't complaining. I'm like, the baby? So she tried to touch me.
Oh my
Please
God.
don't touch me. So then she went back to the pool, and just as she was walking back in, that's when the deputy showed up and, hey, what's up, man? I like your hair. Let's start there.
There's a woman. She's like, I don't know, you'll see her, but she's off her rocker.
I found that channel. It's Actual Justice Warrior. That's the guy that I was talking about.
She's basically like, being weird, like, you know, annoying us, but we're like being nice to her. And then she was like,
she came and sat down by us, he was sitting, took him and tossed him into the pool. And then
maybe she was trying to throw the baby out with the pool water. Oh!
She admitted it and said it doesn't matter.
I think that pool had a lot of chlorine in it too. Oh!
Wasn't upset. He doesn't seem to care.
I'd say, man, please go over there, leave us alone. And she just kept.
She's like, I was thrown in the pool. I'm fine. Really touch other people's kids.
Okay. So she was throwing her kids in the pool. Okay. Without consent? Without consent. Would you want press charges for her throwing your kid in the pool?
I mean, I don't really care, but like I care.
I just want to know if she lives
I just don't really know.
I think there might be some mental instability.
Yeah, we'll evaluate her for that. So you guys wouldn't want to press charges? You just kind of.
I don't think so.
Any guess? Do you think it's a B-dub, guys, or something? I have not seen this. It looks like this looks like Florida. Probably some type of HOA. I'm kind of thinking B-dub a little bit. The only thing is it's near a pool, so that's why I didn't really think so. Put one if it's a B-dub, two if it's something else you think, or just put in the chat whatever you guys think it is.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
So what's going on today?
Yeah, you might want to get their story, or did you get that already?
I talked to them a little bit, but now I'm just trying to get your side of the story.
Well, I'm heading home. You want to meet me at my house?
No, we could just talk right here.
Oh, this is a meth head cult member. Holy crap.
Whoa. Talk about
this is
leather
not what I
skin.
was expecting. Yeah, wow. Jesus. This is some type of meth or something.
Yeah, she kind of like Taurus from Alien.
yeah. Jesus, wow. Yeah, so it wasn't a B-dub. That came up quick.
All right, what do you got to say? What do you want to ask?
I just want to know what's going on.
What do you mean what's going on? I don't know what's going on. What do you tell me?
All right, let me give you the information I have, and then we'll see if you can help me piece together.
So this is someone else.
She kind of has that toothless way of talking. If you're noticing her mouth.
Yeah.
And plus, I knew it wasn't a B-dub because when they say pool, because
exactly.
Gremlins and
Yeah.
waters don't mix.
That's what I thought. Yeah, when they said pool, that's why that was what made me not think that.
You can't get them wet. So like I said, waters and gremlins don't mix. You can't get them wet.
Nope.
Can't feed them after midnight. Can't get them wet.
Everything, right? So basically, they're saying that without permission, you took their child and threw him in the pool.
I tossed him in the pool a couple feet. Yeah. Is that like wrong? Is that a law against that?
Yeah, well, you can't like grab. You can't just grab somebody's
I
grandchild.
wasn't doing it. I didn't do it with bad intentions. If I mean,
You
if
still
you have
did it,
bad
though.
intentions, maybe we could have something happening.
Okay, but you can't grab other people's children.
Well,
and
you
throw
see,
them in,
officer,
especially an infant,
Right, well,
and throw
so
them
what
in
do,
the
we, what do
water.
we do now? Do we lock me up in jail? Throw me away?
Well, I want you to explain what's going on a little bit more, because I mean,
Well, there's really no explanation.
you understand?
I don't have anything to explain.
I mean, so you don't know why you did that?
Brent and Evil Eddie were right.
For fun?
For fun?
guess.
Yeah, but
Chris
it's not
Angel's right,
your
too.
child. That was okay with that?
Actually, no, I didn't actually get pre-permission. Did you get permission from your parent to come out here today and talk to me?
I did actually.
Oh, you did? Oh, did you?
No, I didn't.
Oh, well, see?
But this is my
oh
job.
my gosh, you know.
But I'm a grown
oh
man.
my God, you broke the law.
But I'm a grown man.
But there's law.
I'm not
it don't
grabbing
matter
other
whether you're
people.
grown or
I'm
not.
not grabbing other
Is
people.
there,
Can I
wait, is there a
Alright,
law?
so there is a law. It's called
wait.
battery, right? You committed battery against the
so
infant.
lock me up?
Okay, ma'am.
You
How
know
about
what we're
this?
trying to figure out right
Do you have your ID on you? Right. Can we start that? I don't know.
No,
I don't know
actually,
what your name is.
I do not have
Okay,
my
what's your
ID.
name then?
Eileen.
Eileen. How do you spell that, Eileen?
I spell Eileen Eileen.
She'd be drinking that lean. Oh,
I think that lean is too expensive for her, actually.
yeah, yeah.
I like what she said there. Well, I just didn't. I didn't do it with bad intent. It's kind of like, well, officer. So you see, yes, I killed those 3 people, but I did not do it with bad intent. You see, so like it just doesn't count.
No, I'm not responsible for it. I didn't intend to do it. Yeah.
I had really good intentions when I was murdering those 3 people with an axe. The best of intentions, officer. So it's like no harm, no foul. You see?
Yeah.
Well, look, I might have shot the I might have shot the sheriff, but I didn't shoot the deputy.
Shout out to Eric Clapton.
Yeah.
Now, if it was her child, this would be a different story.
Exactly.
Called the cops.
And if it was Eric Clapton's child, it'd be dead. Oh,
no, you didn't. No, you didn't.
He got thrown off a balcony too. Oh,
that's why they invented screen windows.
That is dark. That is so dark.
Oh my God.
Not cool. Not cool.
Random kids like.
Hey, you guys are bringing up the Eric Clapton song, so.
Baby in the pool. He was sitting on the step. She came over and chucked him in the pool.
So she at least put her hands on your kids against your will and the kids' will. Could be simple matter. It could be child abuse. Are you interested in pursuing charges against her for it, or do you want to just evaluate her, make sure
I just
something's
want to get out of here, not know who we are.
Okay. And the kid, and he's good.
He's okay. Yeah. Luckily, I was
We were right
in the
there.
pool
Y'all
with
were right
him.
there.
But he was very
I
confused.
think he was just like mentally unstable, so she thought it was like funny, or I don't know.
Did y'all do the swim lessons with him? Where they know?
We're in it right now.
Oh, good. Thank God. Hang tight for him.
You know what? Do we really have to do this? This is like crazy. Talk to them a little more. I mean, I don't think that they
Eileen, what's your last name, Eileen?
you know what? I'm sorry. I don't really think they have a complaint.
Eileen, what's your
a valid
last name?
complaint. You really want to do this?
Eileen, what's your last name?
She thinks she can Karen her way out of it. She might be a HOA board member. She's probably a board member, or freaking school or city council. This
this person strikes me as that very migrant population of drug addicts in Florida that try and like mix in with wealthier populations, I mean like the bike, for example.
It could be a 55 plus community too, or something.
Right. And they try and mix in with those with like those communities where they don't belong. And then they do stuff like this. You know what I mean? And it's like
that's a good point.
Because their behavior is so off the wall. But they're always looking to scam. They're always looking to profit from the people that live in these communities. They're always looking to break in and and do things like that. I mean, this is just, the type of behavior that you can expect from people who are addicted to drugs.
Evil Eddie said what I have to say. I was going to say, come on, Eileen. Why are you making things so difficult?
Yeah, I was gonna try to say one of those too.
Also, the short hair, the short dyke hair is the red flag right there.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
and kind of like how animated she, like how defensive she's getting with the officers, how willing she is to like yell at them and that sort of thing. You see that with Karens too, but they're a little bit more subtle.
Entitled. This is more confrontational.
Yeah, they're not as confrontational. They're more subtle with their entitled behavior. Whereas like drug addicts, they just don't have that. They don't have the brakes on the car. It's it's full on forward, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
and I guarantee you're going to see more of the aggression start showing soon. As she gets frustrated, she's going to become more aggressive.
Yeah, exactly.
It is you.
That's it?
Are.
You have a middle name, Eileen?
Yeah, I do. Do you?
I do.
Okay.
What's your middle name?
Why?
What's your middle name?
Why do you want to know it?
I need to know it to identify.
Why?
it.
Yeah, you might. Yeah, I think you might be right, Matt. And I never really thought of that. That Florida and California is one of these warmer climates where it's not winter. You can kind of like wear a bathing suit all day, be kind of a drunk, blend in, and I think I never really considered that demographic of people, but it it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's a year-round summer in Florida.
Exactly. And so you never really have to change the camouflage, as it were. You know,
it's always 5 o'clock somewhere in Margaritaville bullshit that they live like, and a ton of them are on pain pills too. I know you know about that, Matt, but a ton of them are on pain pills in Florida because they're older. In Florida they had a lot of pill mills and stuff.
Yep.
In fact, people used to go from other states, go from town to town to the various pill mills and come back and sell them.
That's actually how the big drug dealers in like New England and
exactly. I'm from New England. You're right.
Yeah.
They take a day trip down or 2 days drive.
Yep,
they would go down there for.
They would take the trains. Ironically, a lot of times they would take the trains because there was less of a chance of them being
driving.
Well, there's just less eyes on people traveling long distance by train. And they could take like 4 big duffel bags down there, check them on the train.
Each duffel bag is probably like 15 grand or something.
Oh, well over that.
More, probably 20.
If you remember your history when it comes to things like OxyContin and oxycodone, it was $1 a milligram. So like a standard, just a standard like
Oxy,
one of those, one of those 80 milligram tablets,
blue ones,
they were $80 going on the street. And so a duffel bag full of pills, pill bottles, that's you're not talking 15 grand, you're talking $1 million. Do you know what I mean?
No, it's definitely a lot. For sure, but I think that you're right. Also, too, they did so. A lot of that was owned by
Purdue Pharma.
Purdue Pharma, which is like the Sackler family, and they're kind of more of like one of those more wealthier kind of sociopathic families, that type of thing. And one of the things they did to hide some of the money is they actually bought a lot of ski resorts in the late 90s, early 2000s, and they formed this conglomerate called like Vail Resort. So they're one of the ones that invested in it, and they're really messing up the small ski and snowboarding industry for smaller places. So they're turning it, they basically made like a BlackRock type of thing for it might even ultimately be owned by BlackRock for ski and snowboard resorts all over the place. So they just kind of suck.
Well, it's a good way to wash your money too.
It's a way. That's what they were doing. It was pretty smart, actually.
Oh, well, you know what?
Ma'am, look, I'm Sergeant Cavis with the Sheriff's Office. I'm one of the supervisors. You put your hand on a kid against their will. That is a crime in this state.
I did not know.
I'm talking. I'm talking.
You people. All right.
Dave.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you, folks. Look what you're doing. Look what you've done.
No, ma'am, you did this yourself. They didn't even want to press charges, but we got to identify you. So you're at least going to jail for resisting now? You want to play games? This is what you get, okay? Let's go. Take her to the car. Keep walking. Come on.
And now we get the tail of the tape when they dump out her purse, and we get to see if she was just an HOA Karen or if she was meth head extraordinaire.
Yeah,
Florida style.
Oh, yeah. HOA Karens though do a lot of pedestrian drugs, weed pens, Xanax, regular pills. But
yeah,
this
but there's
was
a difference
on amphetamine
between
type stuff.
yeah, there's a difference between the designer drugs that they do and the top shelf stuff that they do and what meth heads do.
She looks like she might have had pipe teeth.
Yeah, she's got some leathery skin too. She spends a lot of time out in the sun.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She's a reptile 304.
Walked up, my 16-year-old said, hey, she took our goggles and just threw them.
She took y'all the goggles too?
Yeah, just threw them. And I said, man, when you grab my son's goggles, we can get them himself. I said, well, he can't swim. That's why he's in the shallow end. Okay. She's like, oh, he can't swim. I'm like, no, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
People suck here. This is so fucking wrong.
It looks like a freaking dude.
Dude, this is so
These women
gross.
are becoming so masculinized. I mean, it's just
so gross.
Notice, guys, every woman that we've seen getting arrested on the show so far has had a masculine attitude, confrontational attitude, ballsy attitude, confrontational attitude. It's crazy.
Look at the time on the live. It's 3 hours, 4 minutes, 3:04.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Nice.
Just caught that.
She just kind of got up in everybody's
Nice.
face. Just, okay, man. Okay, mentally unstable or something like that.
I think that's where we're at right now.
Yeah.
It might fit the statute for robbery by sudden snatching by her taking the goggles and chucking them, depriving him of his property. Are you interested in pursuing charges for that, or do you want to just see if we get her evaluated?
Okay. Get her some help and get her
I
away.
think this guy knows that she's just crazy. He's actually being pretty cool. I'm surprised he's actually not a little more pissed, but this is Florida too. This is island time. These people just don't really give a shit about much.
Okay.
Nowhere to be found.
050.
So wrong.
Yeah, it's you.
Hey, excuse me. Let me out of here, please. Please unlock my door. I'd like to get out of here, please.
So they don't do charges for the battery. We can do resisting because she wants to play games with the. We're doing an investigation. Yep. And she's resisting, so we can at least hit her with that.
Hey,
Eileen.
let me out of here, please.
Nope. So you're being arrested for resisting without violence. Okay.
And what will be the great outcome about this all? What is the purpose of it all?
Because you committed a crime.
What is the crime?
Resisting without violence.
What's the other crime? Is there no other crime?
That's the only crime.
Why is that a crime? Why is that a crime, sir?
Because it's Florida State
What?
statute.
Exactly. Tell me why. I don't know that's a crime. Tell me why you think it's a crime.
I mean, is there anybody that lives with you that can pick up your bike?
You know what? Why can you tell me why it is a crime to resist without violence? Can you tell me why?
All right.
What?
We just gotta switch handcuffs.
I'll turn around. Okay. Your handcuffs are on me already.
We're gonna put his handcuffs on you. I'm gonna take why? Because I want my handcuffs back. Because I'm gonna be taking you. These are his handcuffs. All right. All right.
Hey, do you folks really think who's complaining here? Why are you doing this to me? Why? Excuse me. Why is this happening?
Oh, you're going.
I swear, they're worse than children. Why?
Yeah. You threw someone in the pool with no regard to them at all.
Well, and
they
not
said it
just
was
to
a
someone.
toddler.
Yeah,
an infant,
like a child.
Yeah, it's insane. But
Like
that's what these modern women do to babies. They just throw it right in the water and let it, they flush it.
I was
They
gonna
they
say,
just don't
do the
care.
toilet flush.
Yeah, yeah. It's. But see how they just if they blatantly can disregard human life like that, what do you think they respect about you?
You know,
Nothing.
it sort of is like revealing that like there's no nature in them that ever stops to think about like if somebody was doing the same thing that I'm doing to this person, I would have a real problem with that.
Yeah,
do you know what I'm saying?
exactly.
There's no like golden rule that they dictate themselves by, like how I'm going to treat others the way that I want others to treat me. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? And like that lack of introspection and that lack of insight, like those are like the primary ways that I would really describe narcissism. I know that there's a different way of doing it, a different way of diagnosing it, but like when I think about narcissism, that's what flashes to my mind more than anything else is somebody who acts with the inability to think about being in that other person's place. And these women have that quality in spades. It's a very unique quality too. You don't see this very often with men. You really don't, unless like they're retarded. You don't see this quality with men.
Yeah.
Like they're usually pretty able, like when stopped, they're usually pretty able to like own up to things and be like, yeah, all right, that was pretty.
That was
excuse
pretty
my language. That was
stupid.
pretty fucked up
Yeah.
of me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they're usually able to do that. They're usually able to do some kind of self-assessment and put themselves in another person's shoes. These people, where I'm like trying to draw a point to, is they seem literally incapable of doing that.
What's no empathy really at all? They don't
Right.
think about it. It doesn't have that gear in their brain, which is that's part of what I was making the topic tonight about our Western minds cook. I really was kind of more doing it geared toward women, but this is a prime example of that. That function, we can't have a society that functions if they don't have that filter in their mind. It just cannot work. It's basically barbarian type stuff. It's barbarism. They just don't care. They don't see anything wrong with that. They're comfortable with it. They don't want any class or any decorum or any just of hey guys, we need to function as a
In
society.
some kind of
yeah,
peaceful
we're
and
gonna,
cohesive.
we're gonna do something like guys, we're gonna have to exist like we live in the
Together.
same- yeah, like we're kind of stuck with this here. You can no longer really just go off into the woods and never see anybody really anymore.
Well, with people like that, you literally cannot build a community. You can't have any kind of cohesive society. And like that goes to like this like the crap that's been going down in Minnesota. With these left wings lunatics, in my opinion, coming out and defending illegal immigrants who are defrauding the American taxpayer. They're out there and they're demonstrating for these ideals, but they're not ever thinking about the impact that these people have on actual citizens. If you cannot distinguish between a citizen of your own nation and a non-citizen and why the citizen should take precedence, like then you don't need to stay in like any kind of first world nation, because all first world nations are like dependent on that.
Yeah.
It's like a prerequisite
it's
like a prerequisite for living in a high trust society.
Yeah, you cannot have it. Yeah, it's basically all built on that.
Because these leftists, they it's almost like they think that our nations should become flop houses where we don't need to enforce our borders, we don't need to enforce rules. People can just come and go and do what they want whenever they want, and everything's going to be chill and cool. And it's like, well, okay, so do you live on a house with no doors? I guarantee you don't. And I guarantee you lock your doors at night.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. And like from your neck of the woods, the great Kyle Rittenhouse said, 4 doors, more whores.
Love it.
Jail for resisting. For resisting what? I didn't resist anything.
Investigation. So
You know what? Of course I'm going to resist. Why should I like agree to this?
I just kind of want to see if she has a some type of crack pipe or something. Then we'll proceed to another video after this, and we're gonna switch the topic up a little bit. Let's see. Put a 1 if you think is some type of meth pipe, and 2 will be put what you think is in her purse or in her snatch or wherever she's whatever she has.
I'm not agreeing to this.
meth pipe.
all right, yeah, have a good one now.
Yeah, I think she might have some type of crack pipe too.
Good at what? A good what? What do you mean I'm good
Where's the
what
car?
at?
A good day. I want you to have.
I'm not having a good day, sir.
Stop
If
moving.
you want me to have a good day, you should just not let your buddy put.
And she should be a grandmother at home doing something else, not on the streets with doing crack and like this is bad.
Her shoulder looks like it's been disconnected. Like, look at that. Like her shoulder looks like it's been like what is that called? Disjointed.
Dislocation.
Yeah, for like 20 years.
What happened to her
it's like
was it
growing
was
a
a
whole new.
Yeah. Well, it was a dislocation. Oh.
Hey, buddy, I got to go for tonight.
Yeah.
I'll catch you all later.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Good night,
Peace,
Holmes.
bro.
It's other cuffs on me.
Okay. All right.
How can anyone have a good day putting it?
In the car. Back into the car. Come on, get back in the car.
I
Watch
don't
out.
want to do this.
It's okay. You don't have to.
I am resisting. Let me know. I am resisting this arrest. I want you to know that. I am resisting.
All right, we're just gonna leave your bike here since you don't want to.
You know, I am resisting this arrest. I want you to know that. And my bike is here, fine. I'm not worried about it because I live in a good, safe neighborhood and it's going to be just fine. Just leave it. Take me to fucking jail if you have to, you asshole. I am resisting this arrest, yes. Put that.
214.
So you can't like charge me with resisting arrest because I'm not resisting this arrest. So just leave me right here, you know?
What did she just say like 8 seconds ago?
Why bother going through all this bullshit? I resist this arrest. You understand, sir? Hey, you know what? On the way to the lockup, can you stop by my house? It's right around the corner, and let my husband know if he's probably aware already. But let's just do this right around the corner, sir.
You're not stopping anywhere besides the jail.
Oh, fine. And then what do I do there? Get a phone call to call him and let him know? Duh. What do I do at the jail, sir? What do I do? Sit there for
Actually,
what? How long?
that's it. You call him to come get you.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, see how they just babble about nothing?
Yep.
Wait.
Yeah. We're getting real tired of it. Oh.
Is that her tire?
Yeah.
Who would marry this woman and stay married to her?
Look,
What a
since they are
retard.
leaving,
Yeah. I don't know. It's insane.
Whatever. You know what? Maybe you should have this done to you someday. And then, you know what? I'm sure you would quit your job. You wouldn't do this to others.
I don't commit crimes.
Well, you know what? I didn't commit a crime either, sir. But you're committing one right now. It's called kidnapping. Holding somebody against their will. That's what it is. And that should be a crime. And if it's not, then whatever.
Oh, she's tired.
Eileen was charged with felony child abuse and resisting an
Let me go
officer
back to
without
this
violence.
too. Like, look at.
Charged with felony.
Look, this is where the rubber meets the hoe. Oh,
no. So wait, the guy, the father of the infant, didn't press charges, but she was still charged with the felony.
I think he pressed some, not as many
Okay.
as he could though. He kind of was being a simp, sort of, but
Yeah, way too lenient with this one.
yeah, it's bad. Yep, she's learning a wheelie hard lesson on this one. This chick's an absolute lug nut over here.
Eileen was charged with felony child abuse and resisting an officer without violence. She pleaded no contest to felony child abuse and did not enter a plea for resisting without violence due to not being able to stand trial for that charge. Her felony child abuse charge resulted in adjudication withheld, meaning the judge accepted her no contest plea but did not formally convict her. Eileen was sentenced to 2 years of probation.
Do you know how fast a child can drown? In about 30 seconds, and it doesn't even take a pool, just a couple inches of water. So when someone throws a child into a pool and then shrugs it off like it's nothing, that's not a misunderstanding. That's a judgment problem. What stands out to me isn't just the arguing with police, it's this. She put her hands on someone else's child, not her kid, not an emergency, a decision. And we noticed the parents didn't even want charges. And it's odd, but that doesn't always mean they weren't upset. Sometimes it means they wanted their child safe and their life quiet, not months of court with someone who's unstable and knows exactly.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, actually, because that was from the victim's father's perspective.
Who they are. In Florida, battery doesn't require a bruise or broken bone. If you
So, guys, this is stuff you should know.
You intentionally
go to Florida and vacation, you're messing with 304s and stuff. Just take a second to go over this. Intentionally cause it. Battery does not require visible injury. Even a shove, a slap, or unwanted grab can result in a charge if the other person claims the contact was intentional and non-consensual.
touch another person or a child against their will, that alone can qualify. The problem isn't whether the child got hurt. The problem is an adult decided to take a safety risk on behalf of someone who had no ability to say no or save themselves. As far as the arrest goes, once officers realized this wasn't a conversation about opinions anymore, it became a custody and safety issue. Most police calls don't start with evil. They start with a small decision made in a moment where pride speaks louder than judgment.
Yeah. So now we're gonna kind of switch it back to what I was looking at before. This is going back to the topic of bullshit jobs, meaningless jobs, and that's part of the. When you have the cooked Western mind, they want the bullshit jobs, they want the meaningless jobs, they want the jobs with no purpose that are easy, no responsibility. You phone it in. You literally maybe phone it in. And it's a Zoom meeting. You just do 2 hours a day, but you don't really do anything. You get paid pretty good, but you actually contribute like nothing as far as productivity or making the product, producing something, meeting goals, things like that. So and a lot of those jobs are women as well. But it's men as well too.
A lot of middle managers.
A lot of middle managers, exactly. Let me just go back and look over these chats here.
Yep.
Yes, she was delusional.
Yeah, the way I put it is if you're in a non-revenue producing role, you know, the first to get a lot of times
you have a
let
frontal.
go. Yeah. A really hard lesson.
It's because she didn't follow a waffle order either. Oh! Okay. Let's go to, I just was taking a look at the other one here. And share this tab instead. So part of the inspiration of this, I don't know if it's on this video or not. We'll do this David Graeber one first, and then maybe we'll try that other one. So this guy has this book is really good. Called Bullshit Jobs. It's been out. It probably came out, I don't know, 2015 or something like that. But a really, really awesome book. This guy is a little bit left leaning, but more of in an anarchist way. And he has an interesting book on debt and a few other things. So let's these might be the archetypes of what bullshit jobs are, sort of like how Seagrip just said middle manager. That's like would be one of the archetypes of these jobs. We're gonna look at a few videos from this guy.
Bullshit jobs I define as a job where even the person doing the job secretly believes the job really shouldn't exist. But nonetheless, part of the conditions of employment is that you have to pretend that it does. it's important to distinguish between bullshit jobs and shit jobs. Mostly when you say bullshit jobs, people at first assume you mean jobs that just you don't really want to have. Jobs where they don't treat you well, jobs where they don't pay you well, jobs where you work under difficult or humiliating or onerous conditions. And most of the jobs that are shit jobs actually aren't bullshit jobs. Most of the jobs that oppress you are jobs like cleaners or ditch diggers or nurses, servants of various kinds.
And in the chat, guys, put down some jobs that you think are bullshit or not meaningless, or at a company that any experience you have with it.
Who are mistreated, at least know they're doing something. Bullshit job is actually kind of the opposite of that. A bullshit job, you're often given a lot of money, you're treated very well, with a great deal of respect, often seen as the person in your family who most made something of yourself. But at the same time, you're secretly haunted by the knowledge that you're not actually doing anything, that if your job didn't exist at all, the world either would change in no way or even might become a slightly better place. This is one of the great mysteries of our time, as far as I'm concerned, because we usually associate make-work, stupid, made-up jobs with state socialism. In the Soviet Union, they used to say, "Well, we pretend to work."
Socialism.
And they pretend to pay us. They make up jobs which are completely unnecessary. That makes sense because they had an ideology of full employment. On the other hand, capitalism, that's exactly the thing that isn't supposed to happen. A private firm would never hire someone and put out good money to someone who need. But in fact, if you talk to people who work for large corporations, they do it all the time. How does that happen? I think part of it has to be explained by political pressure. In a way, just as in the Soviet Union, there was a central directive saying we need full employment. They didn't say, therefore, make up bullshit jobs, right? But they didn't say, don't do it. In a similar way, we have pressure from both the left and the right to create jobs all the time. On the one hand, you have the left saying we need public works, we need more money being given to consumers to stimulate the economy. On the right, they're saying give money to capitalists and they'll hire people. But the one thing the left and right totally agree on is the solution to all problems is more jobs. But they never say jobs that actually do something, jobs that are worthwhile in any way. It's just assumed that if jobs are created, they will necessarily serve a purpose. And if you don't specify that, if you don't have a self-conscious policy of trying to make sure that jobs actually do something, you're going to end up with useless make work. It's just going to happen. A lot of bosses, people who hire people, just get very angry at this, at me about this. They're about the only people who get angry at this premise. They say, look, I would never hire someone if they didn't serve a purpose. This is just stupid, insulting. You don't understand how capitalism works. This is the last people to know what's really going on. I trust people to understand what they're really doing, or at least if anybody does, they will.
Is Donald Trump?
Let's check. This is another short one on a similar topic, but this has to go with the brain rot. Okay, if you have the Western culture scrambled mind, you don't mind having a job that doesn't really do anything because you also don't take any pride of your community and things like that. How if I have a useless job, how am I really helping my community? It's like, well, you're kind of, I guess you do have a job, sort of, but are you actually giving a contribution, doing meaningful work, or I think you guys get the idea.
Insofar as it will be possible to create a viable economy that won't destroy the planet, we're going to have to think very seriously about what it is we consider to be valuable in work to begin with. So,
Before he says anything, guys, let's put in the chat, and you guys in the room here, Say what you think is valuable work, or what created value or value added or value in shit like that means to you guys, or maybe work that you value yourself, that you like your contribution. I guess I'll kind of go first. Like, my job is cutting trees. But it's also tree care. So it's maintaining trees, removing trees and shrubs. And I do think it's meaningful work. It's often beautifying the environment, like making the other trees around it look better. Um, Removing dead trees. So, for example, we don't end up in California where they have a wildfire
Mhm.
that's insanely out of control. It improves the values of the homes that you're working at. Um, you know, thing. The value that I'm bringing is I'm taking a risk that the homeowner doesn't have to do. I'm the one responsible for the hazards and the risk taking and that big responsibility. Seagrip, you want to say
Yeah. So,
your take on it?
so I've always been in sales roles, and and my point of view has always been, nothing happens in this
Till a
world
sale is made.
without a sale. Yeah,
Yeah.
nothing happens until a sale is made, and so I've always had the mindset that producers always have job security, because if you're someone who knows how to articulate benefits over features, someone that can build rapport, and someone that can,
Be a
enthusiastically.
closer.
Yep. Yep. And one of the reasons why I'm the way I am is because, I could be an a-hole, well, up until where I'm at now, because it's so woke. But they used to call me a walking HR violation. But because the things that I would say would just be out of pocket. But I was always a top producer. And so I've always had the mentality, producers always have job security. And, and if you're someone who is bringing in dollars, revenue to an organization, it's very hard to let that kind of person go, because all they'll end up doing is going to your competitor across the street and taking their clients with them.
Exactly.
I've actually had people follow me to organizations, and because even though I may not have always been the lowest price or had the lowest cost, people wanted to do business with me because they knew it would be done right and I would take care of them.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Being a salesperson is huge. It goes into every business. And there's another quote, I think it maybe is Brian Tracy, and he's saying the salesman is actually one of the oldest professions. Salesman and prostitution, but nothing moves till a sale is made. So you can't, like, let's say I had a company and I had the best equipment. I had $10 million of equipment, full staff, everything. If you can't sell, it's actually like it's like you're losing money. So being able to sell, being able to make deals happen, work around problems to make a deal happen and stuff like that is what America is built on. We have to make deals. The whole world economy needs to make deals in trading value. That is not a bullshit job. So sales seems like a bullshit job for a while because it takes a lot of no's before you start really getting some sales happening. But you have to try to. Sales is an area where it's a gray area of it's kind of can be a bullshit job too. Because if you're not on commission and doing sales, it's kind of a bullshit job a little bit. You're not that motivated. But if it's only commission, you have to then it's not a bullshit job because you're like, well, I need to bear fruit to be able to eat. A lot of these people with these jobs, there's no quota, there's no incentive, there's no commissions, things like that. So they just don't give a shit. So that's one of the problems.
Yeah, pretty much up until 2017, I have always been either 100% commission or at least 40% of my salary was commission based. And I used to say, if I don't hunt, I don't eat. And do I look like
Yeah.
I'm missing very many meals?
Yeah. Yeah.
But also think about this way. Sales is also, and think about it, guys. You have to sell yourself, your ideals, your dreams, your visions. You got to sell your family on your goals, your vision, on how you see the family. Hell, you even got to sell women on why they should get on your program.
Yeah, exactly.
And trust me, I be selling. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah.
How much time in? How much
Sure.
time
Yeah.
in?
Yeah. Sure.
If you were to take the commission out of sales, that's horrible. So snowboard, right? We're in New England.
Mm-hmm.
I was a salesperson. Can I say a company name, right? So I
Yeah, sure. Yeah, go. You can say basically like whatever you want.
You remember Tweeter, etc. Tweeter Home Entertainment.
Yes, I do. I do actually. Yeah.
So I worked as a 100% commission employee selling TVs and audio for Tweeter, 100% commission, and it was legit. Like to this day, I gotta say this was the best job of my life, right? So like I worked in a store, I showed up, I worked 50, maybe even 60 hours a week, and I'm just in this building, you're taking your ups and like commission, right? Like you gotta eat, right? So like you have to produce, and that's how that whole system worked. Best job of my life. Like you could crush and like I said, selling TVs, there was incentives, right? So certain things would have a higher dollar amount paid on commission. So like you had to kind of swerve. You had to kind of know what to push, what to do. I mean, I can't imagine like a salesperson that wasn't on commission. Like what? Like you don't. What are you gonna do?
Yeah,
exactly. It's absolutely pointless.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
That's when it becomes a bullshit job. Is when
bullshit
it's
job.
because you're just saying like, well, I put in 40 hours. Like, what did you do? Like, oh yeah, I'm following up on leads, and they're just sitting there like watching like spicy content the entire day or something like that.
Yeah, reckless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like there's a couple other examples of the BS type job field. HR from Captain Palsy.
I got good stuff on HR.
Gender studies professor from Emoji Mister. Brent says HR and school counselor. Yeah.
Like women in HR.
Yeah. Well,
right?
that's
bullshit
what
job.
to. A lot of these
bullshit
jobs
job.
are kind of women-based jobs. Assistant Emoji Mister, assistant secretary means you're not a secretary yet, but you're working on your way to become one. Community organizer, definitely, for sure. Therapist, IT client support, because it will be a man from India who don't give a shit. I think these are of value, the ones that he is referring to here.
Put mechanics
let's
in that.
continue.
I meet people at parties, I would often say, oh, I'm an anthropologist, what do you do? And people would not want to admit it.
Anthropologist is basically a freaking meaningless job too, in a way, by the way. But this guy, I like some of his work.
You know, and after you get them a little drunk, they'll say, well, you know, actually, I'm the senior East Coast vision manager for this corporate. I don't actually do anything. You know, I mean, we write reports and then have meetings and give them to other people who have meetings about the reports. Or they would say, well, I don't really do anything. I have this computer job where I could automate it and, you know, like software could do the whole thing, but don't tell my boss, right? So there's all these people who just personally feel their jobs don't actually do anything. And that's fascinating to me. I mean, because a huge percent of the workforce, I thought, you know, 20, 30%, were sitting there every day thinking, I'm not actually doing anything. I hope nobody figures it out. I mean, what does that do to the collective soul? I mean, how could you have dignity in labor if you purchase? Like, how is it? Especially, you can see how in the Soviet system, they're making up jobs to keep everybody working or looking like they're working because they have a full employment ideology. Capitalism is supposed to be the opposite. A private firm should not be hiring people who don't do anything, but like it's happening all over the place. So I tried to figure out how it happened. I realized it has to do with our ideology of work. It's one of the real impediments.
And also letting women into the workplace and all this DEI nonsense garbage for all these incentives and tax write-offs and bullshit like that.
It starts creating any kind of sane society is that, in the 19th century, social movements are actually quite successful in inculcating a labor theory of value. And it was an industrial-based, labor theory of value. It took the factory work as a sort of primary idea of work, but people really believed it. But it was very flawed because it was very androcentric. It had to do this ideal of productive male factory labor as this kind of paradigm for all work. And as a result, it was kind of easy to attack, so that suddenly you have this counteroffensive in the 20th century where this idea is replaced by the notion that productivity comes from the brains of entrepreneurs and you're just a bunch of robots sort of carrying out their commands. So then the question became how to validate work. So they really pushed this originally Puritan idea that work is just valuable in itself. It doesn't have to produce anything. It's just, if you're not working at something you don't particularly like, you're just a bad person, work shapes character. So in a perverse way, the uselessness of the work actually became a virtue because anything that made the work fulfilling sort of undercut that disciplinary role of work. And this is the way people think nowadays. That's how you have these corporations that don't feel they have to pay people to do art or translation or, anything that you might do because you actually have some interest in the subject, but are willing to shell out all this money on corporate lawyers and strategic vision coordinators and people like that. So I think that the only way to shift this.
So notice how there's the theme of the Ivy League top people not doing shit, getting handed that job, not really doing much on the job, not even needing to be competent and not competent or smarter than this guy down here who's taking more of a risk, working on a ladder. You guys kind of know the deal.
Is we really need to move toward a new idea of what is valuable in labor. But I would suggest a labor theory of value that starts with women's work, carrying labor as the paradigm. During Occupy Wall Street, we had this webpage called the We Are the 99%, where people could talk about their life situation and why they supported the occupations. 80% of them were women, and even the men were almost always in caring professions. They were teachers, or they were, just doing social work of some kind, or they were in medicine. But they all had the same complaint. I want to do a job where I care for other people and benefit them in some way. But if you want to do that, they'll pay you so little that you're in such debt you can't take care of your own family. So I almost thought of this movement as the revolt of the caring classes. So I think we are at the brink of a reformulation of what work is and what is valuable about it that could really lead to a reformulation of how we organize everything, what we think production even is. Production is ultimately the production of people, or production of commodities is a secondary moment which enables us to produce people that we'd like to have around. That's what life is really about.
Yeah. Interesting take on it. And it's also too, I'm also want to point out that like we can all find meaning in our work as well. Whether, you can find meaning in it. And it's not to say that, if you can get one of these jobs or you don't do anything, you don't have to do it. I mean, more power to you. Sometimes you also have to play the game a little bit too. And that's, for a lot of single moms and people like that, those type of jobs are like perfect for them. So they still at least do kind of do something to give them structure in their life. But as far as like the value of our dollar and, useless government jobs and shit like that, like there's a lot of fragmentation that messes up our money and the flow of society and everything. Now we're gonna talk. This is what we need in America right now a little bit, but for selling our own products. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this movie, but this is really valuable advice. Sometimes what this stress, this type of stress, this burden of this is also this is important too, guys. This is also the male burdens of performance is having that. These guys here, they're beaten down. This is the male burdens of performance. Notice there's no women in the office here. You know, I know it's not the best example of it, but a lot of people who have these bullshit jobs never have to deal with this pressure. That's part of why it's a bullshit job to begin with. If these people don't work, the guy's like, well, I may as well just fire you anyways, because you're not making any money for yourself or the company. So like, you know, what are we really doing here? So this is a little bit different than corporate greed. This is the generation, the gen starting the wealth, you know, getting deals made and everything like that. But this is the male burden of performance. A lot of times, you know, women are not in these fields; they're too stressful. And if there is a woman in sales, she's probably a 304. They simply view this as cruelty. It's not. It's sense of urgency. You need that guy around sometimes. You need someone like that around. Not every day, not all the time, but sometimes you need that guy around to say that. And especially if you're selling, because you're gonna get in slumps, so you need to go, do more. And this applies to 304s. If you guys are out there and you want to bang up a whole bunch of 304s, you got to always be closing on those
Yep.
date apps. A ton of numbers. It's secret. You want to talk about creating the pipeline secret?
Oh yeah, so I call it the Punani pipeline, and so I use another P word for it, and so
Yeah.
and so sales 101. So basically, and Snowbird alluded to it earlier, that in the beginning, your conversion, and conversion just simply means how many people you got to talk to get to a yes. And when you're new and your skills are low, you have to talk to a lot of people. You may have to get 30, 40, 50 numbers just to get one. But as you develop your confidence, as you learn how to be a better reader, body language, facial expression, stuff like that, you start getting better at closing. And so now you can now get 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10. So I knew my conversion. And so I knew that for me, back in my heyday, if I got 3 numbers a day, I knew that with 15 numbers, that by the weekend, I would be piping down one of them.
Yeah.
And I knew the following weekend, I would pipe down another one. So, and then, but also keep in mind that next weekend, I was getting
You gotta
3
keep
numbers a day
gathering more
again.
numbers. Yeah.
And so now I got one again that week, the one I piped off last week, and the one that I got from the week before that's now coming through, and the following. And so it gets to the point to where, you very easily are, messing around with like 30 different chicks a month. So,
Yeah.
And so it's the same thing. I learned early in my, I learned a long time ago, no's doesn't hurt. No,
Yeah.
Snowboard. No doesn't hurt. And to me, a no doesn't necessarily mean never. It just often it just means not right now, or I haven't pushed the right hot buttons or built enough attention or enough desire, or enough interest. And then you get better. And so like literally, I'm at the point in my life now where, Punani is just too easy. Women are just so easy now. But that's another story. But yeah, this is a vital skill. And for those of you who say, I suck or anything like that, look, you're already selling. And at the end of the day, you're either selling a person on why they should deal with you, or taking the or incorporate or practice your ideals or your thoughts or that, or they're selling you why they shouldn't.
Yeah.
And that's always, so I'm either selling you on doing business with me, or you're selling me on why you're not going to do business with me, and who has the better value prop.
And to say like, hey, get out there, take the risk.
Yeah.
Ask
No's
it,
don't
ask
hurt.
it,
No's
ask
don't
it.
hurt.
Yeah, it's hard to ask to close the deal sometimes, but sometimes you have to force it a little bit, and that's kind of what he's talking about too. Is you need to force it a little bit. So,
as a matter of fact, I like that line. Next time I'm gonna use this. Is gonna be one of my new lines. Buck or walk, but I'm using F word instead. I'm like, next time I do it, hey, buck or walk.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And so, but also keep in mind, I have an abundance mentality, and one of the reasons why I don't deal with mediocre outcomes is because whenever I feel like I don't have a lot of choices or options, I expand them. And the way you expand them, one of the things I loved about sales is I felt it gave me I was able to control my salary. And I knew that if I wanted to make more, I had to find ways to be of service and of value to more people. I needed to get in front of more people. If three numbers a day wasn't getting me the outcome that I wanted, then I needed to get 4 numbers a day. As a matter of fact, if you get a chance, I don't know if you can do this or not, but play the Al Pacino Any Given Sunday. That playoff where he said, this is a game of inches, 1 inch too soon, 1 inch too hard, 1 second too early, 1 second too late, something like that.
Okay, I can look it up. I'll let this play more. I was trying to point out to people, like, it seems like he's just being cruel to this guy. But this is serious. This is his life.
But here's the thing. But back in the day,
it is doing it sort of in a negative way. But some people like that negative motivator. But for him,
this is how men talked back then. I mean, in all honesty, like I said, I was born in the 70s. I was born in 1971, and there was none of this coddling or pussifying or anything like that. This is how men talked. Yeah. And so you had to develop thick skin. You had to, get knocked down and get back up. And sometimes that's the problem. That's the problem with people today. People are unable or unwilling or just incapable of having difficult conversations.
Yeah. And that closing conversation is usually the more difficult one. You can tell them about the product and stuff, but you got to end up, doing the closing part. So, this is a good thing to watch every now and then, even if you don't, sell stuff. You do kind of sell stuff, but even this mentality is if you have, it's just good. It's just good to be aware of, I guess.
Yeah,
good to watch now and then. And this is what I wanted to say. This is the opposite of a bullshit job. Why? You must produce to eat and do it, but also number 2, this creates real value. What you sell means the manufacturer gets to make it. In this case, the real estate girl gets to do some of her stuff, or the title company gets to do their shit. The county clerk officer, and you know what I'm saying? That sales does create a ton of value. So it does. This is not a bullshit job. That's what I'm saying. The bullshit job, most people, like this guy on the screen, he wants the bullshit job because that's how he's treating the job now. But you have to hunt and be a savage to make it by doing this type of stuff.
And guys, let me see a bunch of ones in the chat. If I see a bunch of ones in the chat, I'm going to give you a very good pro tip about this, but I got to see a bunch of ones in the chat first. Go ahead, Sheikah. Go ahead.
Just love that part. That's what you say to single moms, right there.
Yep.
That's what you say to single moms. on a first date.
Yo, snowboard.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Yo, snowboard. This is so crazy too, right? They when I was in basic training for that tweeter home enter, they showed us this for basic training.
Good. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
I mean,
Nice.
yeah.
Wow. Good. Yeah.
So,
That's
and
what
this
I'm
was
telling
back
you guys.
like
This is good to see. It really is.
yeah, this was back in like 2000, and like you got like the new hires, the salesmen are in the room
That's
at the corporate
awesome.
office, and this is what they're putting in front of you, and then
Yeah.
they're also putting in front of you like the knowledge that you would have to know to be able to
Educated
sell
on the
to the
product.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like so it's crazy when you brought this up, dude. Like I had to bite my tongue and not be like, coffee is for closers, bitch.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
so good.
We're
So
trying to
good.
show it in case people have not seen it before, but it's good. But this is also a very more masculine mindset. And
Yeah, you ain't gonna get this today, right? Like
Yeah.
today,
Yeah.
you ain't gonna go to no Best Buy job and they're gonna be
Yeah.
like, "Look, man, this is what we're gonna show you today,"
Yep.
right? This is
Yeah.
gone. This is
And
back from
notice how they show you this because they want you to create value for them too.
right.
You know what
Yep.
I mean? Their sales manager and all them. Why do they show you this? So
Yep.
you create value. Why? Because the selling creates value, but you kind of need to be in this type of mindset a little bit. And this is, this is what it's like to be an entrepreneur a little bit, because if you learn how to sell those tweeter systems, you probably could have went and worked at a Best Buy.
And you just hit the nail. You
like
just hit the
that.
nail. You just hit the nail on the pro tip that I was about to drop. This skill is transferable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there is an art and a science to sales.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
once you learn the science behind it, and you start learning how to
Then
master
you'll always
your
be closing all the time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it
all
works.
sorts of ways.
Yep. And not only will it make you successful professionally, but it also makes you successful personally, because it now that when I say that, it's no wonder. Like I think I was playing around with the guys on Discord the other day. I think I was sharing my screen and I was trying to show some coins and stuff, and I have, let's just say, I have video evidence of a lot of the things that I say. And I was scrolling to try to get to this one thing, and it was like, whoa. And so, but yeah, if these skills are transferable, if you know how to generate, get someone attention, generate interest, desire, and get people to take action. And if you problem, make it bigger than life, greater to death, and where you're the solution, it's amazing how, if you get in front of enough people, how you start getting more and more yeses, and the distance between your nose, the gap between your nose and your yeses, and my job, the good thing about me
This is what
women
women try to do with putting themselves in the center of attention in a way.
And but with women, what they do is more insidious. And what they do, how many times we've heard a woman say, "Oh, I like my man medium ugly because I don't want no other woman." They're because they don't want to compete.
Yeah.
And men, we respect hierarchy. We respect competency. And how he shut him up. You see this watch? It's more than your effing car.
Yeah.
Shut him up. You know how much I made last year? 900,000. He said 900,000?
Yeah.
900 something thousand.
Yeah.
Shut him up. And now he's listening. And do you think he has his attention? You think he has his attention, his interest? You think he's building desire? No.
Yeah.
And like I said, we have these conversations because, we can learn from these types of conversations.
Yeah. Yeah, because I wanted to delineate that it does seem harsh, but it's like, well, it's actually kind of what he needs to hear. Also, too, well, let's just play it a little longer.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually edited. It's go home and play with your stepkids. Oh!
You want?
That's because it's commission-based job. If you have the bullshit job, you can't do this. Remember during the government shutdown? That's the only time any of those people have lost their job for a little bit. Did you really notice any type of a difference in your day-to-day life? I didn't.
I didn't.
I actually made more money. That was one of my best years ever financially because, yes, it was work from home, and in my daytime job because I had to. I was a field advisor in the healthcare sector, and appointments. There was new. We were not allowed to even go. We weren't allowed to go on campus. Appointments dried up, and it was just. But I was still getting my salary. And then what I ended up doing was getting a side gig doing Medicare, selling Medicare plans. And so I was getting, and I was putting in, like I had my full-time salary, and I was working I was working 40 plus hours doing that, and I was flipping coins on the side. And so now you know why I was able to, retire, semi-retire, and live 2 years overseas.
Nice.
So yeah. And another thing, there's one of the best lessons. Well, one of the many lessons one of my managers once taught me was look for the opportunity in adversity. So look for the opportunity with, there are challenges, but look for the opportunity.
Yeah. Shine Tuesday, do the whole
and in AJ's live the other day, I didn't say this. In one of AJ's live, he was talking about poor people and everything. And in my head, I was thinking, I'm always going to need someone to wash my car, and I'm always going to need a chick that's willing to do something strange for some change.
Yeah.
Oh
my God.
Look, I said there's an evolution. I went from Seagrimp to simp to Seagrimp to pimp to now I'm just a monster. And by the time I'm doing you snowboard, you're gonna become Snowboard the Savage. Let me get you in deal. We're gonna start calling you Snowboard the Savage.
Bar. And that's very powerful. Let's go back and hear that again.
I used to be a savage.
And you want to hear something
On
funny?
January 23rd, 2025.
So if you guys get to know me, you'll see that I'm very methodical. And when I say I know my numbers, I really do. In my role prior to this one, same organization, in my role prior to this one, I was in retention. My job was to stop money from leaving. And we had and I think when I was there, the goal was to retain like 42% of the clients that you spoke with, and 60 and 38% of the dollars that you spoke to at risk. And so, and they got in their head that you gotta take more phone calls, blah blah blah. And so they wanted us to take like 30 phone calls a week. I was retaining at a 50 to 60%. I was literally every month, almost consistently, I think 9 out of 12 months, I was consistently in the high 50s, mid 60s in conversions and in dollars retained. And I was taking half the phone calls.
Nice.
And they would get on me all the time because you gotta take more phone calls. You gotta take more phone calls. I said my calls last as long as they need to. And fast forward, I was talking to one of my colleagues last month, and he said, yeah, it's bad now. It's so bad now that no one is nowhere near just the bare minimum of 42%, and they've actually have lowered it because they're taking a whole bunch of phone calls, but you're wasting. My job isn't
quality.
how many calls I can take. It's how many dollars I
closing
can
every
pay,
call.
how many people I can get. And mind you, people are calling me with their outside advisors on the line. And but once again, I know my numbers and I'm constantly looking at ways to improve. I know we're out of time, but the reason I wanted to look at that clip is, like I said, you can find that.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Any given Sunday,
it's
gonna be a very good life lesson in there. If I find it, I'm gonna shoot it to you in the private chat.
Okay, yeah, I forgot to look. I was looking for the next video. This was going to go along with the same thing of bullshit jobs, but this is an interesting law here, and we see this all the time. We just don't really know it. Work expands so as to fill the time available for its completion. So when you set a deadline for something, or often when you're doing a small project, you're saying like, oh, well, let's make it a weekend project that will work for the weekend. But sometimes if you don't do that, the work will just take way longer. So the way that you view it, are you working to do work and do busy work and like pretending to work? Or are you actually doing the work, smashing it out? You know what I mean? So there's kind of a difference. And when you have to work for yourself, the quicker you get something done, the quicker you get it done, and you can move on to a different thing. If you're at a company, you just don't give a shit.
And Snowbird, when you're ready, it's in the private chat. It's like a 2.5 minute clip.
Okay. Let's play this for like a minute or two, and we'll do a stopping part. RT was a great news organization too, by the way. They had some awesome stuff. This is like older stuff. This guy's been dead for a while, but he has some good takes, and we can take in some left leaning anarchist type views as well. Can be interesting.
About how meaningless and pointless their jobs are, and they'll say, well, you don't really want to know what I do, because to tell you the truth, I don't really do anything. I mean, don't tell my...
Because that's part of it, actually. Socialism and all those things are a little bit better if everyone's actually doing work and not just doing bullshit. You know what I mean? Because it's more effective.
Boss, but, and I'd hear this over and over again, and I thought about it, and I thought, this is something nobody talks about. There's millions and millions of people who secretly feel their jobs shouldn't exist.
But are they right?
Well, who would know better than they?
But has a job always historically been meaningless, surely?
Well, most jobs certainly not. And most jobs, I mean, are still meaningful. They do something. But I think what's happened is over the course of the last century or so, mechanization has actually eliminated a lot more jobs than we really think it has. Somehow we have all this technology, but people are actually working more hours rather than less. And this is what I wanted to understand. If you look at it in the 1930s, say, well, almost all those manufacturing jobs have vanished. Almost all the domestic service jobs, the farming jobs have all gone. Yet somehow service, administrative, and clerical jobs have tripled. We have 3 times as many people pushing paper as we did then, and even though we have computers.
Exactly, we've got the computers, and Keynes actually said there's...
Check out Seagrip's one, because I don't think I've seen this before, so...
When you get old in life, things get taken from you. I mean, that's part of life. But you only learn that when you start losing stuff. You find out life's this game of inches. So is football.
304s always say that life's a game of inches.
Because in either game, life or football, the margin for error is so small. I mean, 1/2 a step too late or too early, and you don't quite make it. 1/2 second too slow, too fast, you don't quite catch it. The inches we need are everywhere around us. Hell yeah. They're in every break of the game, every minute, every second.
That's when they're getting dick down.
On this team, we fight for that inch. On this team, we tear ourselves and everyone else around us to pieces for that inch. We claw with our fingernails.
This is what women do. Just keep fighting for that inch.
For that inch. Because we know when we add up all those inches, that's gonna make the fucking difference between winning and losing.
All's I hear is so good.
And
And that's the difference. If you look at the difference between the top producer and the bottom performer, it's literally taking one more phone call a day, helping one more client, maybe working one extra hour, or coming in 1 hour early. Snowboard, let me ask you this question. If the difference between success and homelessness was you getting one additional client a week, would you make that happen? Guys, I want you to think about this. If you knew that you're going to lose your job, you lose your career, and to keep it, you just had to work one extra hour a day, would you do it? When it comes to, once again, women and stuff like that, asking one extra woman a day for a phone number, or reading, one book a month, or a skill that you lack or that you want to get better at or improve upon. Listening to one podcast on your drive. One of my mentors once used to say, "Turn your car into a university on wheels." And whenever I'm in my car, I'm really,
it's 304 University.
Yes. And so when I'm going, so in the morning, I try to
HU.
I try to do something always educational, motivational, or inspirational. And I did that for so many years. And so, I always tell people, there's nothing about me that's original. I have a system, I have a methodology that has been. Who was that once said? There's a famous quote. I have a particular set of skills, a skill that has been developed over years. Was it like that Liam Neeson quote from Taken? Skills that make me a nightmare for men like you.
Nice.
I'll tell you this, in any fight, it's the guy who's willing to die who's going to win that inch. And I know if I'm going to have any life anymore, it's because I'm still willing to fight and die for that inch. Because that's what living is. The 6 inches in front of your face. Now, I can't make you do it. You gotta look at the guy next to you. Look into his eyes. Now, I think you're gonna see a guy who will go that inch with you. You're gonna see a guy who will sacrifice himself for this team because he knows when it comes down to it, you're gonna do the same for him. Right? That's the team, gentlemen. And either we heal now as a team, or we will die as individuals. That's football, guys. That's all it is. Now, what are you gonna do?
Men, I don't care. You've heard me say this before. We don't lack the capacity of learning. Often all we lack is a coach, a mentor, or a teacher. This is why coaches are so important. Don't be like these chicks. Ooh, 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 my pee hurt. I had a bad childhood. Ooh, ooh, ooh. My dad used to play grab ass with me. No, there comes a point in time where, as a grown man, you take responsibility for your life, your outcomes. And if you're not living the life you want, you damn it better go out and create it and find the appropriate mentors, teachers, or guiders. Not the person that'll say, for $9.99 a month, I'll show you the path. No. Like I said, we said the other day, just today, we literally have the power of the universe in the palm of our hands. You now know more, you have access to more knowledge and information than Henry Ford did when he started Ford Motors, than the kings and queens of old and everything along those lines. Anything you want to learn is in the palm of your hand. There's podcasts, like I said, you don't have to go through the trial, the errors, the reps and the hoes that I had to go through to get to where I'm at now. You can now, like I said, what's the word what's the thing I'm looking for? Never mind, but I'll leave it at that. So yeah, so guys, like I said, we this community that we have here is so powerful because once again, all of us, our hearts are in the right place, and we have a spirit of abundance. We're not trying to, by snowboard having this podcast and being successful, that's going to block my blessing, or no, we help each other, we build each other up. Iron sharpens iron, guys. That's why I'm a big
And the
believer.
best thing that you can do right now is sign on the dotted line for Christ and donate to my Cash App and Venmo.
You have to throw that in
there. This is how we do. We help and we support each other. And
most definitely.
I'm a big believer in men. This whole lone wolf crap, that's just what it is, crap. We need a pack. And if you don't have a wolf pack, currently, then go out and create one. Join AJ snowboard. Join AJ's Discord. Go into live, interact with Korg and snowboard, me or AJ, anything like that. We're here to help each other. At least that's how I feel.
Yeah, no, it is. So that's why I'm trying to go over this. I think it's pretty valuable information. And the bullshit jobs one is not to really complain about it. It's just to recognize that it's out there and stuff like that.
And if you do have a BS job, if you do have a job that is at risk, that you're at risk of being displaced, then do something about it
earlier.
Don't cry and be and moan for less problems.
Get a side hustle going or something.
Developing more skills.
Right.
Okay, I'll get off my soapbox.
That's fine. And this again was talking about. I'll rewind it just a hair. About pointless jobs and stuff. I'm glad this is RT too. RT did some good stuff.
Jobs have all gone. Yet somehow service, administrative, and clerical jobs have tripled. We have 3 times as many people pushing paper as we did then, even though we have computers.
Exactly. We've got the computers, and Keynes actually said as a result of technology, we'd be down to a 3-day working week. But
and it's quite possible technologically we could do that if we were still allocating the jobs the way they were in the 1930s.
I think it's muting
itself. So why have we
itself.
effectively made up these jobs? When you think about it, there's whole industries that don't really need to exist. We don't really need telemarketers. We don't really need lobbyists.
Economically, it doesn't make sense to make up jobs. So surely, economically, those jobs are necessary.
Well, this is what fascinates me, right?
What does make sense to make up jobs? That's what they do. Like jobs are up. It's like, well, yeah, but doing what?
Because, in theory, this is exactly what shouldn't happen under a competitive capitalist economy. We always used to make fun of the old Soviet Union because they'd make up these jobs because they had an ideal of full employment. Yet if corporations seem to be doing exactly the same thing, you'd think the last thing they would do is to hire people who don't do anything. But then
So the gag here says, I don't know if you guys can see this or not. It's as if someone were out there making up pointless jobs just for the sake of keeping us all working. So that's like a PTA or a PSA thing, a satire.
you talk to people in the corporation, they say,
But it's really not, because that would be some idiot B-dub's job to like make some bullshit like that. Like, wash your hands, guys.
well, I explained to my boss that my job was unnecessary, and he said, don't tell anybody. I need to have more people under me to be more important. There's all these internal mechanisms. And there's all these people like, I am the East Coast Strategic Vision Manager. And if you talk to these people, if you get them drunk, they'll say, I don't really do anything. I just go to meetings.
But of course, there are plenty of
reports.
people who do regard themselves as having very important positions, but actually make no impact on society or whatsoever.
Well, you could say, but I'm not here to tell anybody who feels their job is important that they're wrong. I'm here to talk to those people who actually feel their jobs aren't meaningful and are suffering inside. Really
That's interesting. You say suffering inside. Does that actually
Yeah.
mean if my job is not really has any meaning, does that mean I have job dissatisfaction?
Well, I mean, I think I read something by Dostoevsky once when he was in a prison camp. And he said, if you want to completely destroy people psychologically, just have them move a rock from one side of the road to the other and then move it back again all day long, or fill pitchers of water, or do something they know is absolutely pointless. Before long, they'll just, it's like the worst torture. They'll do anything to make it stop.
All the traditional
If you're soulless, if you're not soulless, rather.
justifications for capitalism don't work anymore. They used to say, well, it creates inequality, but even the poor, their kids are going to be better off than they were. Nobody's saying that anymore. It's obviously not true, right?
Again, this data is kind of older.
They used to say, well, it creates a ever larger middle class, which will create stability and get rid of war. Yeah, well, that worked. It's going to create massive technological change, so we're all going to be on Mars and Venus, so it won't matter. Well, no, that didn't happen either. All the old claims for capitalism don't work. All they've got left is the cultural argument. So they've got us kind of wired to think that, somehow this makes moral sense. It's the only thing that could ever happen. It's the only thing that could ever work. Meanwhile, what you have is this crazy bureaucratization of capitalism, so that, in fact, these bureaucratic classes were like the most unimaginative people who ever lived, right?
And see how this guy does look like kind of like a liberal, or left leaning, but he is. I like a lot of the views he has, especially on the bullshit jobs, is really good.
Are trying to have essentially taken over the engines of capital accumulation. So capital accumulation even happens through bureaucratic means. Not only are the bureaucrats, the Minister of Class has been absorbed into it, all of capitalism works that way. It's even utopian. It occurred to me the other day. They used to say, "Oh, the Soviet Union was all those experiments are impossible."
He's kind of pontificating a little too much. Let me oops. Yeah, fast forward it to the TED Talk part.
Potential. But let's talk about the elephant in the room. How could we ever afford a basic income guarantee? Well, it's actually a lot cheaper than you may think.
Oh, okay. Basically, what that guy was going to say too, he's proposing in some ways a basic universal basic income is actually not such a bad idea, because there's so many people with useless jobs kind of anyways, that it kind of actually, they might actually be a little more productive if they didn't have to do it. And I think this guy is going to do a TED Talk trying to present that. A different guy than that guy.
All you'd have more people would come up with more interesting things.
I believe that a basic income would work like venture capital for the people. And we can't afford not to do it, because poverty is hugely expensive. Just look at the cost of child poverty in the US, for example. It's estimated at $500 billion each year, in terms of higher healthcare spending, higher dropout rates, and more crime. Now, this is an incredible waste of human potential. But let's talk about the elephant in the room. How could we ever afford a basic income guarantee? Well, it's actually a lot cheaper than you may think. What they did in Dauphin is they financed it with a negative income tax. This means that your income is topped up as soon as you fall below the poverty line. And in that scenario, according to our economist's best estimates, for a net cost of $175 billion, a quarter of US military spending, 1% of GDP, you could lift all impoverished Americans above the poverty line. You could actually eradicate poverty.
Yeah, but that's not how it works. Elite don't. They already know that.
Now that should be our goal. The time for small thoughts and little nudges is past. I really believe that the time has come for radical, new ideas. And basic income is so much more than just another policy. It is also a complete rethink of what work actually is. And in that sense,
And notice it's like a guy from a Scandinavian country too.
it will not only free the poor, but also the rest of us. Nowadays, millions of people feel that their jobs have little meaning or significance. A recent poll among 230,000 employees in 142 countries found that only 13% of workers actually like their job. And another poll found that as much as 37% of British workers have a job that...
He said like their job. Only 13% of employees are engaged at work. I think 30, like this is a human crisis, guys. 30%, 7% of British workers think their jobs are meaningless. That means you live in a meaningless society. That means you're a slave, guys.
Yeah.
That means you're a slave. This is a serious
you can't
topic
spell,
here.
You can't spell cuck without UK.
Oh, oh,
nice,
I love
nice,
it.
nice, nice.
Yep.
But still, this is a big problem, guys. Is their country producing anything of value? No,
Not
they're
really.
not building, airplanes or anything like that. So it is useless job. They're starting to understand, like, I'm basically a slave for freaking like Liberty Mutual or some just garbage.
The best thing to come out of England is Aston Martin, Jaguar, and Bentley.
Yeah. And speaking of work and getting things done and being productive, here's a quote that no one has ever said by Margaret Thatcher. When you want something talked about, ask a man. When you want something done, ask a woman.
Oh, come on.
That makes no sense.
It's a real quote from Margaret Thatcher. I'm not messing with you. That's a real quote. So I just thought it'd be timely to bring it up. That's why
Margaret
I was saying
Snatcher?
Yeah. No, but Margaret Thatcher. So she, just a fun fact, but that is a real quote. But I'm serious, guys. When have you put a 1 in the chat if you've ever heard anyone say that before and like mean it? It's garbage.
they think doesn't even need to exist. It's like Brad Pitt says in Fight Club. Too often, we're working jobs we hate so we can buy shit we don't need.
Consumer 304s.
Well, I know I do have a problem because, oh man, I bought so much silver this week. Oh, it's ridiculous.
Now, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm not talking about the teachers and the garbage men and the care workers here. If they'd stop working, we'd be in trouble.
But teachers are garbage. Oh!
Actually, resumes who earn their money during strategic transaction peer-to-peer meetings while brainstorming the value add-on of disrupting co-creation in the network design. Or something like that.
What was that Honda Civic?
Yeah. Speaking of, he was bringing up firefighters and stuff like that. This is going to be a controversial take. Sometimes firefighters are a bullshit job. Why? They are hanging out someone has like their window open or something with some cars going by. They're hanging out, barbecuing, washing the truck. You know, they're not really doing a lot. Most firefighters like really like work for like an insurance company. They're not. I guess there is a lot of times a fire truck goes out to a job where it's not needed. It's just mandated by the town or the state to do it. So it's a little bit of a hot take, and I'm not saying that they're like all the time worthless, but they get paid a ton of money and they're still riding off the 9/11 hero stuff. You're not all heroes all the time, guys. They're just not. There can be sometimes, but again, it's a little bit of a hot take. I'm not trashing them all the time, but I'm saying, that is a thing. If you're a volunteer firefighter, then that's awesome. But a lot of times these are nepotism jobs, and they're not really having to do that much.
Snowboard.
Yeah.
So there's a thing in firefighting. So I lived in like kind of a rural town in New Hampshire, and they like the town voted to like increase the size of the fire department, and they did it like
a money pit.
Yep, they did it like real slimy too. Like, hey, we're gonna have this event at the fire station, and then the next thing you know, they're like,
it's the kids touch a truck thing.
Yep,
they did, didn't they?
Yep, you're not wrong.
I know they did it.
Okay?
Yeah.
So they double the size of the fire department in this small town, New Hampshire, and there's a stat. There's a real stat with the how many saves. How many saves? So we've got a fire department in a small town.
It's probably like 7 for the year.
No, it's like 0. It's like
that's what
0.
I'm saying. It's they don't actually do shit.
Every house burns to the fucking ground. Oops, sorry. Every house burns to the ground, and like we're talking like I would see it like I was in a small town. You could see a house catch on fire a mile within the new fire station, and it burns to the ground. Not a save.
Exactly.
What is that? What is that?
Yep. This is exactly what I'm talking about, is shit like that.
So they spend $1 million.
In big cities too, what they do, because they can get really good pensions, so they go and like fall off a 12-foot ladder and get injured, and then you get hooked up with retirement and like pain pills.
Right. Yep. I mean the statistic, and anybody who's listening, right? We all live someplace, right? Look at your fire departments. Look at the number of saves, right?
Yeah.
Like how many times did a house catch on fire and the fire department got there and saved it versus how many houses just burned to the ground, bro?
Yeah.
Like, so you
saved lives.
And I know it's a hot take, and I don't want to say like
it could be because you and me live in the same area too. I think, but I think it's probably in other places as well. And a lot of times they're just driving the fire truck around, or they send the fire truck out to shit where it doesn't really need to be.
100%.
If there's a fire truck there, I want there to be a freaking fire, or
somebody dying, and that's the first vehicle that could get there.
Yeah, but they'll send 3 cop cars, the fire truck, and all that to justify these high budgets. I understand you got to run the trucks now and then and whatnot, but so it's a little bit of a hot take, but I think you kind of get what I mean.
I do. I think they run the trucks more for the touch a truck than they do for an actual emergency.
Yeah, the touch a truck thing sucks. Yeah, that's what they do, and they have the fire. Like, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes we just value our firefighting a little bit too much than actually happens. Like, it's almost like a little bit of like stolen valor.
Welcome to English for Managers. Take 1. Listen and repeat.
Take 1. Listen and repeat.
We will enable timely, knowledge-based decision-making based on real-time information by implementing an enterprise resource management system.
We will entangle timid, college-based precision markets based on full-time repudiation by instigating a something, whatever.
Very good.
Really? I thought I missed a word. They say they're slow, but they're not.
I'm not sure why what this bullshit is. Let's see. Max Kaiser in the Kaiser report. Okay, let's see what they have to say.
People who might have become scientists who in another age dreamt of curing cancer or flying to Mars today dream of becoming hedge fund managers, because that's where all the easy money goes as they themselves pour more and more financial products into a specific sector. And they say
Exactly.
that, in short, the finance sector lures away high-skilled workers from other industries. The finance sector then lends the money to businesses, but tends to favor those firms that have collateral they can pledge against the loan. This actually means builders and property developers. Businessmen are lured into the sector rather than into riskier projects that require high R&D spending and have less collateral to pledge.
Activity in the UK is horrible. That's why the Chancellor and David Cameron decided to include prostitution and drugs into the output or GDP number.
And this is from the World Economic Forum, and they ask, do derivatives make the world safer? And as you can see from this chart, and through the magic of post-production, you're going to see it full screen. Okay? Now, come back to us.
You see, people don't understand that Stacey also directs the show. Not only produces, but as a director as well.
So the red line...
These are husband and wife, by the way. They're really cool. RT used to be Russia Times, was a great news network for all sorts of things. Archaeological findings, financial stuff with these two. Jesse Ventura had his own show. It was actually, they did some really cool stuff.
Max,
yes.
If you look here, that's GDP growth since 1998. Totally flat. Global GDP. This, however, these top two are the growth of derivatives. The blue line, all derivatives. The green line, interest rate derivatives. So as you can see, the mountain of derivatives, which is nothing but paperwork, the mountain of paperwork has done nothing to increase the economy. And yet they say, all these bankers argue, we need more and more of this paperwork, otherwise the entire economy would collapse. Well, they've had no noticeable impact on the entire economy for all the paperwork they've pushed.
Well, yeah, this is a remarkably clear chart.
And see how it's fake, guys? A lot of our economy is just jobs and fake, and like, this is slave shit.
Yep.
What has become of the £375 billion created by the Bank of England under quantitative easing? Have you ever wondered what happened to the £375 billion, equivalent to £6,000 for every man, woman, and child in the United Kingdom, created by the Bank of England electronically? This colossal sum of new money is created through the program called quantitative easing, QE, and pumped into the financial markets by purchasers of government bonds. The campaigning group Positive Money estimates that this money pushed share prices up 20%. The idea was that those benefiting from this would invest this new wealth in the real economy, but the reality is that this new wealth simply went into more financial products to benefit them even more from rising share prices. So this is it. This is the stock market booming. Look, more and more people...
And otherwise, they created no real world value. There's not a big ship here that they built. A big airplane, freaking... Bentley cars, hard assets.
On top of more and more paperwork, on top of more and more paperwork, on top of more contracts.
She's wicked hot she seems like hot for some reason.
Not with that short dyke haircut.
No, I kind of like it on her.
Really?
She's actually smart, yeah.
Well, okay, this book comes from my own realization that we live in one of the probably the most bureaucratic society that ever existed. Capitalism has created these enormous systems of bureaucracy, but nobody talks about it. I mean, I went to Google Ngrams, where you can see how many times a word is used in all books, and bureaucracy peaks about 1973, and then people just stop talking about it. But then if you put in a word like paperwork, it just goes bam. Any of those bureaucratic terms like
red tape.
Yeah, additional documentation required. Anything like that.
Terms and conditions.
Yeah, exactly. All of those words, it's just like use more and more.
A lot of small hat words, just coincidentally.
More and more. It's just become the water in which we swim. We don't talk about it because it never occurs to us that life could be any other way.
Now let's talk about healthcare in America for a second, because here in the UK, the cost of administering the healthcare, the bureaucracy, is less than...
Who manages healthcare bureaucracy, guys? Who has those jobs usually?
The big nose people.
No, women.
I was gonna say
Women, medical billing, shit like that.
Okay.
I mean, they work. They make those, but they help make those people rich because those other people with the big nose don't want to actually do the work. They just want to collect it. So they're like a toll collector.
5% of cost.
Yeah, you're right.
In America, they want to go over to Obamacare, and they have it in a healthcare system where the cost on the admin side, the bureaucracy side, is something like 25%. Is that an example of how bureaucracy kind of eats into the free market?
I don't think it even eats in. I think at this point, the free market and government, or what they call the free market, are so completely fused together that you can't even tell them apart. I mean, like, think of it this way. You're on the phone of your bank. You know, there's something goes wrong. You spend an hour going through some bureaucratic runaround. Well, you know, where does that come from? You know, is it the bank's a private company? On the other hand, if you talk to the bank, they'll say, there's all these government regulations, you know. But if you look at how they come up with those regulations, well, you know, the bank lobbyists write most of that stuff. You know, and they give money to the politicians and they kind of work it out together. So it's not public, it's not private, it's not market, it's not government, it's both. It's just like this evil synthesis. Okay.
Nice.
I've been doing.
So, what do you guys think? Any last words for the night? I think I'm gonna call it a night pretty soon. Anybody else want to say something about value or Western's minds being cooked?
Yeah, we're cooked. And the reason I believe it, so here's the thing. What's my upside? What's my downside? This is probably my downside happening, and it's just something I need to hedge and protect against. The fact of the matter is, there's this really good book called The Fourth Turn-In, written by Neil Howe and his partner, I guess, Bill Strauss. Well,
Wait, can you are you like kind of a little far away from your mic or something?
Yeah, how about this?
Yeah,
sorry about
that's
that.
better. So what is that?
It's called The Fourth Turn-In, and pretty much
a book.
It's and if you go to YouTube,
I'm gonna
you can
look it
actually
up
see
right now.
1 hour
Just
videos. And so pretty much
the fourth turning.
Yep. And so pretty much everything goes in cycles. You know, you have economies, civilization, forming, growing, expanding, declining. And so, and each of these turn-ins,
like seasons, sort of like seasons.
And each of these cycles, they tend to run in 80 to 100 year cycles with mini cycles, with mini cycles. And right now we're in what they're called the fourth turn-in. And the funny thing about this book, it was written in 1996, 1999-ish. And if you, now, once again, hindsight's always 2020, but they've actually predicted not only Orange Man, but the Pew Pew attempt on him. And that not named him specifically, but around this time frame, that something that this would happen. And we're in that fourth turn-in right now. And so when I say economic,
we're in the 304th turning. Oh,
nice. So when you get a chance, guys, watch some of those interviews. And so I say this to say, these are things that are just part of the natural cycle, and we are going to see some major pains. I'm not going to go into deep. We're going to see some major pains over the next 10 years, and we have to go through those things in order to go through the other side. But
let's maybe I'm gonna just try this for 1 minute. This is a 7-minute video. Let's just see it for one quick second because this sounds interesting. If it looks cool, we'll do a whole show on it. This guy looks like a dunderhead, so we're gonna. Well, I don't know. I guess we'll just.
History doesn't repeat itself. but it does rhyme. But what if it's less like a rhyme and more like a Netflix series that just keeps recycling the same 4 seasons? Yeah, welcome to the Strauss-Howe generational theory, sometimes referred to as the fourth turning. And the big question today is, are we in the middle of the season finale? Strauss and Howe argued that history runs in cycles, like a giant historical washing machine. Each cycle, called a seculum, lasts about 80 to 100 years, basically a long human lifetime. And inside each seculum, 4 distinct turnings. The first turning is the high, when society is stable, everyone trusts the system, and suburbs are booming. Think Leave It to Beaver.
Here we go. Do it.
The second turning is the awakening. People get restless. There are protests, spiritual revivals, and culture wars. Think about hippies, marches, tie-dye. The third turning is the unraveling. Institutions weaken, individualism rises, and it
Think of
feels
the
like
80s,
every man
90s.
for
That's where we're
himself.
at.
Cue Wall Street greed and cable news fights. Finally, the fourth turning, the crisis. During the crisis, all bets are off. Everything breaks down.
Populist
Wars,
leaders.
depressions, pandemics.
That's where we're
Basically,
at.
it's the
Wow.
season finale, but also when society resets and rebuilds. Now, here's the twist. There are 4 recurring character types in each generation. Strauss and Howe called them the 4 archetypes. Prophets are visionaries. They're born after a crisis and grow up protected, then lead values revolutions as young adults. Yeah, boomers, I'm looking at you. Nomads are the skeptics. Born during awakenings, they survive chaotic childhoods and become the gritty realists of midlife.
Just want to go back and examine this imagery. That sun right there, that's the homad.
Become the gritty realists of midlife. That's Gen X, the latchkey kids who became pragmatic adults. Heroes are builders. Born during unravelings, they come of age during crisis and take on the heavy lifting. This would be the greatest generation and maybe today's millennials. Artists. Artists are adapters. Born in crisis, they're sheltered kids who grow into sensitive, refining adults. Think silent generation adults.
Corn star.
Definitely.
Think silent generation, and guess what? Maybe Gen Z. So yeah, history is basically a giant role-playing game. You don't get to pick your character, you're born into one. Let's fast forward through American history and see if there's anything to this theory of repeating cycles. The first was the Revolutionary Cycle, which lasted 90 years and ended in 1794. The crisis in that cycle, the American Revolution. The second cycle was the Civil War cycle, which lasted 71 years and ended in 1865. Want to guess what the crisis was? Yeah, you got it, the Civil War. Next was the Great Power Cycle, which lasted 81 years and ended in 1946. The crisis then was the Great Depression and World War II. So the pattern seems to repeat. Every 80 to 100 years, society hits a big reset button. Painful, messy, but followed by renewal. So where are we now? Strauss and Howe say we're in the millennial seculum. The high saw a post-war boom, suburbs, trust in government, and church on Sundays. Basically everything in a black and white TV.
And what was in line then? Women.
Mm-hmm.
Very true.
Women were much more in line then. So this also might mirror. Remember, women are always mirrored in all these cycles too. That's why the one with the stars, which is a couple down, that's probably more like 2000s. That's when the 304 came out. OF and stuff.
Commercial. The awakening was characterized by civil rights and Vietnam protests, Woodstock, and second wave feminism. This was the era of don't trust anyone over 30. The unraveling.
And that's when birth control started more. This one is when pill
1965.
Yeah. So that was kind of the awakening of the hoe.
Definitely. That combined
But it
with
is
abortions,
kind of,
that
yeah.
and abortions really did us all in.
Yeah, so it changed a lot.
Yep, it hurt the whole society.
Yeah.
The unraveling ushered in greed is good, cable news shouting matches, and internet chat rooms. Trust.
And guess what happened in 2001 that probably changed shit?
In institutions.
9/11.
9/11. Yep.
Yeah, we had 9/11, 2001. We had the tech stock bust.
And at 2000, they were like, "Oh my god, the computers aren't gonna work and
Y2K.
stuff." Yeah. Yep. Y2K.
So much. And the fourth turning, the crisis. Are we really there? Since 2001, we've seen 9/11, the 2008 crash, the COVID pandemic, rising political division, and growing global tensions. Honestly, this list could go on and on. So, are we smack dab in the middle of another crisis? Strauss and Howe predicted one between 2005 and 2025. And, well, check your news feed. So here's the big question. Are we really in a fourth turning right now? If so, what's the defining crisis? Is it economic, political, cultural, global? All of the above? Strauss and Howe say every fourth turning ends with renewal, a new high. So maybe, just maybe, this storm has a sunrise at the end. That's the hopeful part of the theory. The idea that out of every crisis comes renewal. What do you think? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. And hey, if you want the full deep dive documentary with all the details and timelines, I've got that on this channel too. But if this TL...
Okay. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna call it a night. Just past midnight. Thanks for another great stream. I'm building up more listeners and followers and stuff. I posted some other videos just on my channel too of clips from the other streams that we've done. Some random tree work videos and stuff too. So I'll be in touch with you guys again soon. And everyone have a great night.
Take it easy, Snowboy. Thank you.
As always.
Yep. Yeah, thanks for being here, guys. Thanks for showing up. I really appreciate it.
And you guys have a blessed night. And we'll see you soon.
Okay.
Peace.
Yeah, ended it. You can still hang out here if you want. I just ended it. Take a minute. Almost exactly 5 hours. Oops. End the stream. End the stream.